We'll go ahead and start with a prayer, and I'm going to ask Senator French to lead us in prayer, and I'll ask Representative Smith to lead us in the pledge.
Let us pray. Dear Lord, please watch over this committee, give us guidance, keep us humble, make sure we watch over those less fortunate than ourselves. Many in the state who we represent and who we are working for in these 2 long weeks are less fortunate. Let's help them out. And then, most of all, keep us humble, keep us grounded, keep us centered in you, Lord. In the Lord's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Ms. Chasten, are you prepared to go online? Okay. Director Richards, would you please call the roll?
Good morning, members. Senator Driscoll.
Excused.
Senator French.
Here.
Senator Garou. Here. Senator Larson.
Here.
Representative Allemand. Representative Angelos.
Here.
Representative Harrelson.
Here.
Representative Pendergraft.
Here.
Representative Sherwood.
Here.
Representative Smith.
Here.
Co-Chairman Salazar. Here. Mr. Chairman Bear.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Director. Could you please get us started?
Mr. Chairman, the first agency for your consideration is Agency 60, the Office of State Lands and Investments, led by Director Berry. I believe she's joined by Deputy Barlow, State Forester Norris, and the CFO and Assistant Director Jennifer Doring.
Welcome. Please come forward. Please introduce yourselves, and we'll get this started. Director Berry, we appreciate you being here today and look forward to your presentation. I don't know if you've been tracking, but what we'd really like to do is get to the nuts and bolts of exception requests, but we do want to give the committee an opportunity, if there's something outside of the exception request, to ask you and your assistants here about those issues. We'll probably take care of that toward the end. So if you could just tell us about your division here, and then go ahead and lead us through your exception requests. We'll get right into it.
I'd be happy to. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As was mentioned, my name is Stacia Berry. I'm the new director for the Office of State Lands and Investments. And with me today, I have Kate Barlow, the deputy director, Kelly Norris, who is our state forester, and Jennifer Doring, who's the assistant director of our fiscal division. As I mentioned, I'm new. I started in April with this agency. So there's been a steep learning curve, but I'm pleased to have the opportunity to be here with you today to talk about our agency. Since I started in April, what the real focus for me with this agency, and those of you that were at some of my confirmation hearings last spring will remember, are the 3 C's. The things we're really focused on here are customer service, communication, and common sense. I want our agency to focus on ways that we're working best for the folks that we serve, that we're communicating diligently with people so that we can answer their questions, and that the actions that the office takes are consistent, legally defensible, and repeatable. And so that's what we've been striving to do over the past months. What I will mention about our agency is that we serve as the administrative arm for the State Board of Land Commissioners and for the State Loan and Investment Board. And those boards are charged, along with our office, as the fiduciary for the trust beneficiaries. And the trust beneficiaries benefit from all of the work done on state lands across the state. Within our agency, we have 4 different divisions. First, I'll point out our Trust Land Management Division and our Field Services Division. These are probably one of our more visible portions of the agencies because they manage the trust lands. There are 3.4 million surface acres and 3.9 subsurface acres. Within this division, there's a variety of leasing that happens. In fiscal year '25, minerals generated over $139 million for state trust beneficiaries. Surface leasing and property sales generated over $122 million for state trust beneficiaries. And timber sales generated over $54,000 in sales. This totals to a little over $262 million to the benefit of our state trust beneficiaries, that being those in K-12 education. Additionally, our fiscal division, which Ms. Doring manages, holds quite a few different programs that may or may not be familiar to the committee, and that includes our federal loans, as well as state grants and loans, and our royalty compliance division. Within that division is the mineral royalty grants, which this past biennium had a budget of $24 million. Half of those funds have been expended for communities around the state thus far, and the board has 2 more meetings, one in February and one in June, to distribute the remainder of those funds in this biennium. Additionally, we house the Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, clean water being sewer and sanitation water. So far in 2025, 9 loans have been issued, equating to over $39 million going to communities for clean water work. For the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, in year 2025, we have issued 25 loans and 2 loan increases, equating to over $78 million out to communities for drinking water work. The Transportation Enterprise Account also exists within this agency, and thus far the board has allocated $1.8 million for things like school buses and ambulances for communities around the state. As this committee has worked on a lot this interim, we're the agency responsible for doing the direct distributions to municipalities and counties around the state, and at the completion of this biennium, we'll have transferred $146,250,000 to communities around the state. We also house the Small Business Emergency Bridge Loan Program, as well as the Farm Loan Program. Our final division I would bring up is one that's no stranger to this community, and that is the Forestry Division. Forestry is an important component of our agency, a great forward-facing community partner. In 2025, the fire year was well above average, with 1,621 fires burning a little under 250,000 acres on land across the state. State and private numbers equate to 1,283 fires, burning 88,131 acres. The aviation program had a very successful season in this fire year, responding to 76 initial attack missions, providing a record number of bucket drops, and supporting 14 different counties. As a reminder, 2024 was a fire year for the books, with over 2,000 fires and 850,000 acres burned throughout the state of Wyoming. Of that, 1,679 fires, with 596,922 acres being state and private lands. The success that the Forestry and Fire Division has really seen this year is due to increased aerial support. With heli-tac and single-engine air tankers responding, fires were able to be kept smaller and suppressed much faster. Forestry works really closely with both local and federal partners to manage the forest resource, not only to optimize timber revenue as directed by both state and national executive orders, but protecting resources for communities across our state. So that's what comprises the Office of State Lands and Investments, and happy to entertain any questions or move forward into our budget book. Thank you.
Well done. We appreciate that. Let's go ahead and, well, first of all, are there any questions or comments for the director? Seeing none, let's proceed.
Perfect.
Thank you.
As you'll see on page 5, that is the completion of our state of the agency. Page 17 has our departmental priorities, and then page 20 takes you to our exception requests. Within that chart, you'll see that for conversation today, there are 16 different requests totaling a little over $39 million. And if it pleases the committee, I would direct you to page 25 for our first exception request. Before we begin on these, I will note, when you looked at that chart on page 20, you'll see that there are numbered exception requests, and then there are exception requests with an F code before all of them, and then a number behind them. As we go through these page by page, know that those with the F code are targeted in a fire package that all work together. So when you see that code, know that those requests are designed to work together for your consideration, and I recognize they'll come to you out of priority order as we go page by page, but just know that that's why those two exist separately, hopefully to aid the community or aid the committee in their evaluation of each. So back to page 25. This is where you will see request 1A, a TRP hardware and software request for the Hirschler and associated locations. Are there any questions on this? It is for $85,526. The recommendation being $37,142 as one-time funds, $48,384 as ongoing.
Any questions for the director? Okay, seeing none, please proceed.
All right, next I would direct you to page 36. Page 36 has request number 2. This is our Environmental Systems Research Institute, known to many that use mapping systems as ESRI. The cost of this request is $468,419. This is a request that supports our geographic information sharing and mapping, GIS mapping, for our agency. Over the course of history, agencies have worked with ESRI to negotiate these amounts for their contracts. As a group, we are moving towards enterprise-wide negotiation for these. So ETS actually assisted the agencies in negotiating this amount for the biennium. The recommendation is for $468,419 as an ongoing cost. So this is the Office of State Lands portion of the state contract for use of the ESRI software.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning. Thank you for being here. And I see Director Klein is here with us too. If you could speak to the cost savings that was realized through the contract negotiation, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Director Klein, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Jeff Kleins, Director of ETS. So this is, the OLSI is one of the agencies in which we're consolidating ESRI licenses. And so what we're doing right now is we're putting the ESRI structure out to RFP. And so this represents the estimate. So the other thing is ESRI is changing their licensing model, going from a concurrent licensing to a named user licensing. So we've been working with the agencies to understand their exact needs. And so this represents the estimate of what the things will be, but there'll be additional, hopefully the additional cost savings through the RFP process over the next couple of months. We did negotiate a one-year extension to allow us to have more time to complete that RFP process.
Thank you so much. So, Mr. Chairman, I assume we would see similar exception requests or notes with these other agencies. And then if you could, during the supplemental or whenever you're sort of, you can give us the results of that contract negotiation, maybe there'll be a negative request in the supplemental. I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, yes, correct.
Director Klein?
Yes, thank you. And yes, we will keep you in the loop on things.
Very good. Okay, other questions on the GIS mapping software? All right, seeing none, Director, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, I would direct you to page 36. This is request, oh, gonna jump pages, still on page 36, but request number 3. This request is our Trust Preservation and Enhancement Project request. The cost of this request is $340,907. This request is for those 3.4 million surface acres that the state manages This account allows the Board of Land Commissioners to approve projects to preserve and enhance state trust land, whether it be cleanup projects where we have unauthorized dumping on a state parcel, whether the Forestry Division needs to do a thinning project, whether there are unlawful roads that have been put into the parcels that need reclaimed. This is the fund that the board utilizes for that purpose. The governor does recommend approval of this request of $340,907 for a one-time request as submitted.
Any questions on this account? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering, do we have the balance that is in the State Trust Land Preservation Enhancement account?
Mr. Chairman, we don't have that balance with us, but we are happy to send it to you.
Thank you.
Director Hibbard, are you able to help us out with that at all?
Mr. Chairman, I'll get on that for you.
Thank you. Okay. All right, other questions for this account? Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as we look at this, obviously, this is kind of, from what I'm reading and seeing, the account to make sure that we're properly maintaining the actual terra of the land. And with that, can you kind of just talk a little bit more onto the impacts that we're seeing? Because I know the dumping is obviously a concern. I know as we're looking at fire, I mean, all of these things kind of come together and marry into that. As we talk about fuel mitigation, is this fuel mitigation based, or is this less fuel mitigations based and more just on cleanliness of land? Can you talk what this actually truly funds?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, yes, I would say for this, it is less fuel mitigation focused, but more entire portfolio focused. So the board really works, and the staff with the board works over the course of the biennium to identify problem areas. I know that forestry certainly brings projects forward, and based on the balance of the budget, we utilize it so that we can, whether it is thinning projects or things like that. But the idea behind it, I think, is the cleanliness, preservation of those parcels, like you say, with dump sites, we see a lot of self-created parking lots and roads that then really tear up the landscape. And so trying to figure out how to redirect public use on the property by creating different parking areas and different fencing to try and direct the use to preserve the landscape. But it meets both, but I would say not totally fuel mitigation focused. Is that helpful?
Follow up? Okay. Other questions? Senator Larson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for being here. I have a question on invasive weeds. Do you fund some dollars to weed and pest so they can go out and spray our state lands, hopefully?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Larson, I cannot speak directly to that, but I will tell you in my memory bank from the days when I was at the Department of Agriculture, I believe that the spraying and weed management function moved to the Department of Agriculture over the past, so they do most of the weed management.
Follow up? Okay. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Are we eligible to apply for funding through the Wyoming Wildlife Natural Trust for any of these projects to offset costs to the school foundation account or to general funds? Thank you.
Director Berry.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, I will defer to Director Budd to tell you the answer to that when you speak with him today. I can't be certain on all. I mean, I think for some projects, I think we certainly could be. For the entirety of them, I'm not entirely sure.
All right. Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. I'm looking at the Chapter 17 report on this item, and it says the net adjustment to the base budget, a decrease, I'm sorry, one line up. No, this 349.07 represents reductions for expenditures associated with special projects and services and or non-recurring funding. Help me with that just a
Mr.
little bit.
Chairman.
I'm just trying to get a flavor of that one.
Senator, can you tell us what page of the Chapter 17 report you're on so we can find what you're looking at?
Page 6.
Mr. Chairman, can you tell us one more time what your question is?
Just to explain what that narrative there, it says represents reductions for expenditures associated with special projects and or services and or non-recurring funding.
Ms. Doring?
Chairman, the Chapter 17 request this is a one-time request, so it takes it out of the standard because we have to come back to this committee every biennium and request these funds.
Follow-up, Senator?
So could you give me a sense of where this funding's been over the last couple of biennium then?
Ms. Doring?
Chairman, this is the same request that we had in the previous biennium, was the $340,907 has been consistent for the last several bienniums.
Several biennium.
I believe several, yes. I know it was exactly the same in the 25-26 biennium.
Okay. Any follow-up? Further questions on this issue? All right, seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, Director Hibbard has been kind enough to pass down the amount in this fund as to Representative Sherwood's question. The balance is $291,340.
Representative Sherwood?
I should have, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we know how much of that is obligated or unobligated? And I apologize, I should have asked that prior.
Director Hibbard?
Mr. Chairman, I believe we do have that answer. So far, we have 7 projects approved for $96,454.77 paid thus far. I will tell you, when I saw that number, I went, wow, we're asking for $340,000. Why, at this point in the biennium, is only that much spent? And in talking to our staff, strategically, they wait until the last 6 months of the biennium to bring forward to the board their projects so that in case of any type of emergency that might happen on state trust lands, the balance of that remains so that the board can utilize it. But then all the projects come forward in the spring of the end of the biennium for this fund is traditionally how it's been used.
Follow-up? None? Director Hibbard, are there any other encumbrances that we're not aware of or that were not mentioned there? $96,000, I think, wasn't it, Director?
Yep, $96,454.77 have been paid as of yesterday, out of discount.
Mr. Chairman, give me a couple more minutes and I'll hand off the analyst.
Very good. Representative Harrelson?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, you know, it's really interesting, obviously, when we look across the broad spectrum of the state of Wyoming, we've got a lot of state lands predominantly dotted throughout, because of state sections, right? With that, one of the things, I'm gonna piggyback on good Senator Larson's question, as we all decided to walk in the beautiful breeze of Wyoming this morning, if there's one thing that we're fully aware of, especially in this part of the state, is if you have a patch of cheatgrass on a section of state, it's on 20 sections of everything else to the east of that within the first blow. And so I think as we talk to Director Budd and as we kind of have this conversation, one thing that we had coming out of our fire season last year, this understanding that we need to really try to get a hold of these issues. And so obviously, yeah, we don't want erosion. We don't want the landfill, especially as landfills are shifting and changing and everything. But I really would challenge, let's see what we're doing to preserve these state sections moving forward. And also with that, going back to my first question, one of the things that's gonna help Kelly and her team more than anything, I really feel, is fuels management. Sure. And obviously the federal government, we wanna push them hard on that as well. But if fuel management, I would much rather, as we look at our biggest asks in this budget, have to do with the FSA account, and fuel management's gonna help us in the long run keep those accounts from being so impactful to the state of Wyoming. So just as kind of a challenge and an ask is, let's kind of continue to work with that. And I'm dedicated to continue to work with you guys on that, to just make sure that we do our part on these state lands to make sure that we're not the problem. And I'm not saying we are, but we want to make sure we're not, so.
Director Hibbard?
Mr. Chairman, the total encumbrances as of this morning in Fund 539 is $224,622.87, 224,622. So it appears that they are right on track with their curve for their cash versus their encumbrances and their outlays.
Okay. That's not going to leave much for the last 6 months. I would appreciate, you know, a little bit of a track record that Ms. Doran could probably provide of past biennium, how that fund has been used up in the last 6 months, just so we kind of have an anticipation. And because we'll be, prior to the end of that 6 months, we're down to, you know, about $70,000. My co-chair and I will be presenting this on the floor. There may be questions about that. If we can make sure that the two of us are updated on the balance of that account. I think Representative Sherwood has a, you know, she'd like to be included on that. She's tracking that. And, you know, as Senator Grew pointed out, you know, he asked about the ask, you know, we'd like to know about the spending as well. Are we using every one of those dollars? I think there's probably going to be something coming from Representative Haroldson that we'd like a little prioritization on fuels management, if that's possible. So that would be our request, that you keep the Senator Salazar and I up to date as we go into the budget session.
Certainly, Mr.
Okay.
Chairman.
All right. Any other questions or comments on this account? Seeing none, please proceed.
All right, I will direct the committee now to page 40. On page 40, you will find priority number 4. This is our second of 2 ESRI requests. The price of this request is $29,500. This is a parcel fabric update, and this is a one-time request. This enhancement allows updates automatically from the public land survey system, so that our mapping system updates with all of our federal partners, whether it be BLM or Forest Service or others, as well as county data, so that anytime you use the parcel viewer, you have the most complete data possible. This streamlines information sharing and compatibility, and the governor recommends approval of this one-time ask as submitted.
Okay. Again, we're looking at GIS software. Any questions or concerns, any comments on this section? All right. Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will now direct you to page 80, where you will see our next request.
One moment, please. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm new to, and I'm trying to grasp how all of these different things work together. We have a Clean Water Revolving Loan Fund. We have a Safe Water Revolving Loan Fund, and I believe those are 80-20 match. We also have water development accounts, and we have a mineral royalty grant program, and help the new guy understand how we determine what criteria do we use to draw money, where do we know what bucket to go to? So how do we decide where these loans come from, or grants?
Yeah.
Director Berry.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, great question. I asked the same thing when I got here as a newbie. And so to help a little bit, first I will say, so Clean Water Revolving Fund, when you hear it, you think drinking water. It's not. Clean water is sanitation and sewage projects. So these dollars are federal dollars that come to the state of Wyoming through capitalization grants. You're right, there is a 20% match from the state of Wyoming to get those capitalization grants. And so the purpose of clean water is all of your sewage and wastewater. And with that, we are able to give exceptionally low rate loans, often with high rates of principal forgiveness, to communities around the state for those type of projects. Then in conjunction, we also have the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, also requires a 20% match from the state of Wyoming to receive those capitalization grants, this time for clean and safe drinking water purposes. We see much more usage in that area, as you saw with the numbers, just a higher rate. A lot of that is due to some of the federal requirements on lead service lines. Communities around the state are identifying where those lead service lines exist and how to update systems so that then they are providing safe and healthy drinking water to their communities. Then you have mineral royalty grants, which are a different pot of money. Now, I will mention, when you're hearing clean water and drinking water, all of those are loans. Those are not grants to communities. They do have low interest rate and principal forgiveness, but they are loans, long-term loans. Mineral royalty grants are grants, not loans. And so if you turn to, let me see what page. It's near the back, but it talks about mineral royalty grants, and those do come from federal mineral royalties. Well, that's the positions in there. I will say, so then this is where communities can go for infrastructure issues in a grant form instead of a loan form. Does that help with those three pots for you?
Follow-up, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That does help. I'm kind of wondering about what the criteria is. Do we try to use the loans first before we go to grants, that sort of thing? How do we decide what's the best way to go? And then I still don't understand how that relates to the water development accounts, the ongoing projects that we fund.
Director Barry?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, communities get to decide what they're most able to do. Oftentimes, they will pursue mineral royalty grants as a match or a payment and have these work together. We have many communities, especially those that are trying to update infrastructure, trying to utilize some, if not all of those programs at the same time to accomplish. These infrastructures are massively expensive. Infrastructure projects are massively expensive. And so communities that are not able to raise those funds or need a supplement in some way oftentimes are using all three together. And so they work with our office to find out how they can maximize and leverage what funding they do have to put forward, either to complement with a mineral royalty grant or to find a way to pursue those loans. Does that answer your question?
Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to speak with you on the side. We have an issue in my community of a bunch of lead water supply lines, and just would like to have a better understanding of where to go and how they all relate. So thank you.
Happy to do so.
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Senator Grew.
Thank you. As long as he was asking that question, I'd have thought I'd just kind of wrap it up, so for the committee's sake. When you talk about the loan part, the loan deal, you said low interest rate and sometimes partial forgiveness. Could you tell me what the loan rate is? And then, just for the board's edification, give us a sense of the last loan that you forgave, why, how did that work? So as a community going forward, how does that play out?
Director Barry?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Guru, I will give you the high-level overview, and then I will defer to Ms. Doring to give you some of the specifics. Each community, depending on what they're willing to do with their loan, can get different interest rates and different rates of principal forgiveness. So since these are federal dollars, let's say a community decides to become an equivalency project. If they become an equivalency project, they have a higher rate of principal forgiveness because they're following all the federal standards for wage rate, for Buy American, Build American, for the engineering. Everything they're doing are based on federal standards. Then they can have principal forgiveness and a 0% loan rate. Depending on if there are different requirements that they meet, they can have a 1.5% loan rate. There's a pot of principal forgiveness that goes out every year. The board approves what's called an intended use plan. And on that intended use plan, communities come forward and they say, here are the things that we intend to do. And if they come within the first 3 meetings after that intended use plan has been put out, then they are eligible for their full amount of principal forgiveness based on the precise situation in their community. If they, in fact, don't bring those projects forward to the board, that principal forgiveness can be shifted to other communities and other projects that have come forward. And so there's no specific way to tell, but hopefully that gets us to the place that we need to on how communities can work for lower interest rates and principal forgiveness.
Ms. Doring?
Chairman, the director did a really good job explaining that. I think the only thing I will add is just depending on what type of loan, as she mentioned, if they're an equivalency project or if they're a large loan. Our large loan communities over $10 million also get a reduced interest rate as well. And then we go back and, as she mentioned, if communities don't come within the first three board meetings to accept their principal forgiveness, we work really hard to reallocate that principal forgiveness as communities come. Just recently, we've awarded additional principal forgiveness to communities that we closed loans at prior board meetings to give those communities that principal forgiveness as well.
Ms. Dorning, that was a great general description of what happens, but I think the senator asked what was the latest forgiveness, the last forgiveness that you had. I guess you said that there's several that the board contemplated and took care of, but just give us one of those just for an example.
Is Claremont the one?
Chairman, before I speak out of turn and give you numbers, I would prefer just to come back and I can give you the list of all of those principal forgivenesses we've done in the 25 season off the 25 intended use plan. I would really hate to just throw a number out there that's not 100% correct.
Sure. Senator Group?
Yes, and that's absolutely fine. What I was trying to do is I wanted to make sure that the board had a sense of how it worked. That it's not just something that just, oh, well, we'll do this today. There have been times in years past that it wasn't that way, but this is a fairly regimented process for loan forgiveness, all that, based on the project and federal guidelines, and it's not just something the board just does.
True.
It's not that way. Thank you. That's what I was trying to get at. Thanks.
Okay. Further questions? I have a question. We've had the Wyoming Business Council and the Wyoming Grants Office come before us, and I'd just like a little description, if it is happening or if it's not, how you liaison with those two organizations in your efforts in these loans. So that's the Wyoming Grants Office and the Wyoming Business Council.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the question. Actually, I think that's a great point to raise. Recently, in the past month or so, I had the opportunity to visit with Director Durrell to talk about opportunities for how our offices can better work together, because I think there's a real opportunity to make sure that these projects are aligning to meet the goals of both programs, and I think there's certainly room for improvement there. Depending on the loan program, there are questions that go out to other agencies, not always the Business Council, I will note, but I think that they can certainly be added in our process as we consider those, so there's a more holistic understanding of what communities are going after what dollars, where they're going, so we have a better accounting of if those dollars are working together to achieve the goals that the projects need. So I think, to be fair, there's opportunities for growth in that area on how the agencies work together.
Okay. And Director Hibbard, I think you've already addressed this, but just to reiterate, you're already looking at what's available for communities in these revolving accounts as well as the grants from mineral royalties. Can you just confirm that your office, the Wyoming Grants Office, is making sure that they're aware of those when the public, or not the public, but the local governments come to you asking for help?
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. It's one of our highest priorities.
Good. All right. Thank you. All right. Vice Chairman Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Barry, what an all-star team up there, you guys. I would first like to thank you for coming in and taking the reins on an agency that's complicated as heck to run and doing it pretty seamlessly. A lot of things seem to be going very well, and I appreciate that. Part of this is just in explanation, and I visited with you a little before, roughly how much money comes in off our mineral leasing program, and explain how mineral leases are done on state lands in Wyoming to me, please. Thank you.
Director Barry?
Yep, Mr. Chairman, happy to talk about that. So mineral leasing on state lands can be for a variety of purposes. And so those include oil and gas, coal, uranium, rare earth, bentonite. These are all that I can think of off the top of my head. And so for our oil and gas, those go through an auction process. The rest of the leasing is an over-the-counter lease where they will apply for the leases and then they will be presented to the board for approval. Every one of those, whether it be through auction or over the counter, goes to the Board of Land Commissioners for their consideration and approval. And in fiscal year '25, minerals generated $139,618,916 for the trust beneficiaries.
Okay. Follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How are in particular, and I asked kind of a couple different pieces, but how are the mineral leases negotiated and by whom? And how does the money go? I know part of it goes back to leasees, depending on how they're negotiated, and I wanted to kind of know the process. And can a leasee get actually more money in impact payments than they pay in the lease to the state?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Driscoll, now I see what you're referencing to. So when we have any of those mineral leases that I just mentioned, over those 3.4 million surface acres, we have surface lessees, typically a grazing lessee, on 98% of those parcels. And those surface lessees work with, whether it be an oil and gas company or a coal mine or any other surface lease that our office is doing, works with typically the grazing lessee, but any existing surface lessee that they might cause disturbance for. The surface lessee negotiates what we call a surface impact payment. And so when they work with those companies that are coming in to utilize the parcel with them, they negotiate whatever that payment is. It comes to our office for approval, and then that payment is split. Typically there's a sliding scale, but typically based on the amount, it's 80-20. So 80% goes back to the state trust beneficiaries and 20% goes to the grazing lessee. And to the senator's point, yes, oftentimes there is well in excess of whatever the annual rental being paid by the lessee is in that surface impact payment.
Mr. Chairman, follow-up. So this is kind of what I was leading into for the committee. I wanted everybody to understand it. Would the state not be further ahead to, and I realize it grows government, but to have a landman or maybe two in the office that negotiated these leases that has absolutely one goal in mind, which is what the Constitution tells us, to get the highest value out of those lands? And I think as a leasee, and I have one for a matter of conflict, I have a state lease. It has no minerals on it, or none leased, and I've never been through it, but I'm familiar. There's an inherent process when you own the ground around it, and I'm probably going to anger some of the stock growers people, but I sit here as someone representing Wyoming and state lands. There's an inherent conflict when someone's asking for access across my private ground and I'm negotiating a lease with them on my ranch at the same time as I am, and this could be for any other leasee, not just state lands. Would it be appropriate and would it make the state a net gain in income potentially if they had some staff and negotiated their own leases? And would that also potentially affect some of the direct mineral income? Because we look at our percentages and how we do it. Would they potentially bring in more dollars to the state trust, which actually lowers our general fund impact on education funding?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Driscoll, thank you. You're articulating what is a really difficult part for the office, and that is that inherent conflict and inherent tension. And I think that you identify correctly, there are ways to increase revenue coming in on those state lands. Potentially, I think there are a lot of different options, potentially with a person or people doing that negotiating on behalf of the grazing lessees and other surface lessees instead of themselves, potentially rule changes. I think there are different ways to get at that, but we have had folks from the extractive industries express frustration because they want to locate on state parcels and sometimes aren't able to. And I do think there is potential if we can generate a way to cut down on that friction, then yes, there may be more opportunity for more of those extractive industries to locate on state parcels and generate revenue that way. So it is complicated. I think there are different ways to come at it, but that is certainly a friction point that I've seen since arriving at the agency.
Mr. Chairman, Director Barry, any idea on how many positions it would take to do that, or at least at the start, a position that reviews those and has the ability, which I realize would probably take either a rule or statute change, that ability to review each one of those agreements and say, this looks good to the state or it doesn't? Because I think right now, pretty much you guys just rubber stamp what comes unless it's just totally egregious.
Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Driscoll, we do have one person right now that monitors the surface impact payment, but like you say, it's more of a review to make sure there's not an egregious number in some way, either, exceptionally low, more quality control. I don't have a great sense of if it would be one or two positions, because without doing a fair analysis, I can't be sure the number that it would take. Happy to think about that and provide you some insight based on data that we have that would make that suggestion defensible.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about time. I think it's really important. It's a big part of how we do it. Other minerals, lithium, rare earths, I know we did with gold. Is there a way for us to get a process? I know some people that have tried to get some of your leases and they have a hard time just getting a lease rate so that they actually can look at it. Is there a way that we can help you folks find a better process to get rates set and get it where? Because I'm one of the ones, back to homegrown industries, what we can do here on the ground, if we can find a way to lease those minerals at a fair rate without taking 2 years to figure out a rate, it would be helpful. And I realize there's a whole piece. I have a gypsum lease on state ground back to Conflicts, or a company I'm a part of. Really hard to get rates from you folks on some of that. Is there a way for us to streamline that?
Director Barry?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Driscoll, great question. We've been approached lately more by the rare earth industry and their desire to set up on state parcels. And we are working, trying to acquire data so that hopefully in the next 6 months, we can have a rate for rare earth. Because like you, I want to be able to get those parcels leased, and I think they should be highly lucrative. And so the hardest part, especially about rare earth minerals, is right now, there's not great market data. And so the one thing I don't want to do is undervalue the state resource and give away a lease when we could be generating a lot of revenue. And so we do have staff dedicated right now to trying to come up with those rates based on data that we are seeking out. So my hope is that we'll at least have an answer on the rare earth portion in the next 6 months.
Mr. Chairman, one last. And this is a 180-degree shift. Looking at your accounts, and I'm looking at your county equipment expenditures.
What page are you on?
Oh, shoot. I don't even know, I didn't look. So it's, you actually fund county fire equipment. There's a couple million in the account. The governor recommended $100,000 into the account. Does that actually, I don't understand the program. Maybe Mr. Hibbard knows it. And I'll try to find the page. We'll come back to it. I'll go find the page.
So
We're gonna get to that in the future, so you can.
Because we're gonna
respond
go
to
into
that later.
fire more. I just strung along. So I'll find the page for it, Mr. Chairman, and we'll go backwards.
They're all well-informed and we'll be prepared when we get there, so, very good. I'm gonna get to Senator French in just a second. I just wanted to add one thought. On the conflicts, these are, these leases are raised to the attention of the SLIB board, and so we have 5 top electeds that are going to be involved with working out those conflicts, wouldn't they?
Mr. Chairman, yes, indeed.
And one last thing, I would just add one more mineral, that would be gravel. I think that would be included too, but you had a good grasp on all the others. Senator French?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Barry, I think you stated that there's 3.4 million acres of state land, and I think you stated there's 3.9 million acres of mineral estate. So that's 500,000 acres of mineral estate that's on private property? Is that correct? Explain the difference there of that 500,000 acres that they have mineral rights on, the state does, that on 3.4 million acres.
Director Barry?
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, so there has been shifts over the years in which lands that were acquired or subsurface lands that were acquired, and so they may be under fee land, they may be under federal surface, so it could be a variety of places. It's just that's the ownership without the surface portion that we have all across the state for management for that purpose, that then obviously would have to be accessed through different surface estates to develop those rights.
Follow-up, Senator French?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in those split estates where that on that 500,000 acres, that is, say I own the surface and you own the minerals, how does that process, what are my rights if an oil company wants to come in and develop a well or something, or if, what rights do I have as a surface owner? What kind of negotiating rights, you know? Can you explain that, please?
Director Barry?
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, yes. So as the surface owner, you have a right to be compensated for the damage that you might incur in the development of those oil and gas rights per se. However, the oil and gas rights are what are known as the dominant estate. So the dominant estate has a right to be accessed, but you in fact will have to be compensated for any damages that you incur, any nuisance that you incur, and companies, in order to develop those, will make sure that they compensate you for that. One thing that we see, for an example, on state parcels, there are many times where companies will want to put a well pad and access road on the surface, but they won't actually be developing state minerals. And it would be the same for those parcels, where they come to us and they say, we'd like to lease this parcel for however much an acre and we need an access road. They pay us for that, even though we may not own the minerals below that parcel. And so they may be producing off-lease minerals, but we would be compensated for the surface, and the same would be true for a private landowner.
Follow-up, Senator French?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as a surface owner, they want to come across with an access road, or they want to put a pad or do pipelines across the property. How is that negotiated? What if I disagree with what is they say, well, we'll give you $5,000 for the wells, the pad site or whatever, and I disagree. I say, wait a minute here. I had this pristine parcel of land, now I've got roads on it, all kinds of stuff on it. What's my rights if I disagree with what they're offering?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, I think that becomes a question of economics. And so those companies that are wanting to develop those resources, if they can't come to an agreement with you, they're probably going to try and locate somewhere else. And so they may say, if the negotiations won't work or we can't get there, we're going to locate on a different parcel, because oftentimes with oil and gas development, you're seeing underground laterals that go as far as 3 miles. And so if your surface isn't a piece that works for their plan, or you can't come to a negotiation, there's a decent chance that the economics for that project just becomes a recalculation for them to go somewhere different or approach it differently. But if the geology is valuable enough, they may make you an offer you can't refuse.
Follow-up, Senator French?
Well, I don't have this Cro-Magnon look for, agreeing with things. So is there a definite process with the state to say, wait a minute, they're offering me half of what I should be offered? I mean, does the state negotiate with me? No.
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, if it's not associated with a state parcel, and even to Senator Driscoll's point, typically our surface lessees are doing those negotiations on behalf, but on private parcels, we do not interfere at all in private negotiations.
But you're leasing out your minerals under my property, so you have no say in it?
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, no. We only can negotiate for the rights that we hold, whether that, if the state owns the subsurface below you, it's the prerogative of that company to approach the fee simple landowner and say, we want to locate on your surface. And if that doesn't fit, maybe, if we're lucky, they'll come to a state parcel so that we can generate that surface lease, but we do not interfere in private negotiations at all. We do use data from private negotiations so that then our appraisers can make sure that we're at least charging a market rate on state lands, but other than using data from private negotiations, we do not in any way interfere or dictate how private landowners should negotiate their deals.
Senator French?
Yeah, last follow-up, Mr. Chairman. So, kind of along Senator Driscoll's talking, so maybe it's a really hot oil and gas area, so do you negotiate the royalties? I mean, in your office, do you say, okay, gosh, this is good, we want 20% or 18%? It varies, you know, if it's a really hot prospect, it could be as much as 20% or better. So do your office negotiate that because you own the minerals?
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, yes, when we do our oil and gas auction from the get-go, companies know what the royalty rate is. So when it goes through the auction process, the royalty rate is 16 2/3% for the state. If it is not part of the auction process and bought over the counter, then the royalty rate is 12%.
Okay, thank you. All right, further questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This takes us to page 80 in your budget book. This is request 1C. This is a plotter printer replacement for $11,702. The Forestry Division has frequent use of large-scale printed maps in connection with wildfire incidents, management and planning, as well as educational outreach. This is a replacement for some of their units, and the governor recommends approval of this $11,702 one-time request.
Okay. Any questions on the printer? Seeing none, please proceed.
Next, on page 81, you will see a TRP request for the Forestry Division. This is a $100,978 request. The recommendation of $58,130 as one-time funds and $42,848 as ongoing funds.
Okay, thank you. I think we're covered on TRP, so we can move on to the next one.
Perfect. Next is on page 89. This is request F8. This is a request for an increase in the emergency fire suppression account. This is Fund 532. The request is for $20 million. Fires continue to become more severe and more expensive. The 2025 fire season has completed, but we currently have over $20 million obligated to pay for fires across the state. The account, as of today, has $38,317,000 encumbered. And we're just seeing increased demand as local capacity decreases. This request allows the fund to keep a balance of nearly $30 million over the course of the next biennium. The governor does recommend approval of this $20 million one-time request as submitted. Further, you'll see in that recommendation, the governor recommends $30 million of borrowing authority provided from the LSRA to be extended through the upcoming biennium for emergency fire suppression.
Okay, we've debated this quite a bit in the last interim, so as well as the supplemental. But are there any questions?
Mr. Chairman, yeah.
Go ahead, Vice Chairman Driscoll.
Question on how the balance is invested and where the interest income goes. I kind of have interest, maybe that interest income would go back into that account instead of into savings. Mr. Hibbard might have to answer that, but I appreciate it. And then second, is 30 million enough? I look at where we've got money sitting and going into savings and whatnot, and it kind of ties in with the investment end of it. Would we be better ahead rather than doing spending authority is to put some strings on it and go ahead and put 60 million in it while we have the account and let money flow back into our firefighting efforts? That's just a thought and your thoughts on it.
We'll start with Director Hibbard. Did you hear the question?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, the funds exist in the state agency pool,
Okay.
similar to the highway fund, et cetera. We did review this extensively about the relationship to what took place in '24 and the fact that we had another pretty significant fire season. And the objective is to get through the 27-28 biennium, the upcoming biennium, and maintain a $30 million balance. So let me put that in perspective. We went into the '24 season with almost 40 million in cash because of the deposits and the revenue that comes into the fund. And then we've had a really bad fire season. And if we hadn't have had the borrowing authority, we would have been in a pretty rough place. So the expectation is, through all the conversations that we've had and in comparison to the available funds on our profile, what we would like to be able to do is to get through the 27-28 biennium and maintain a $30 million cash balance. And then also the governor would like to extend the borrowing authority. And last year it was increased from 20 million to 30 million. The governor would like to have that borrowing authority be 30 million. That would put us in a place that would fund a season like 24 again. If we found ourselves in the 24 season and we got impacted by a $60 million fire year, then we would be able to manage that. That's our math and how we are going about this recommendation.
You want to follow up on that?
Mr. Chair, I do.
Vice Chairman?
I'm asking what your objection would be, because I looked at this puts another nick in our lizard, the way we do it with authority. We actually have money right now, and we looked at the extra money that's out there. The governor looked at putting money into savings accounts. What happened if we made one of those accounts be like with some strings attached, that we put another 30 million instead of having the borrowing authority? It actually sits there with a mechanism to enact it, and then let the interest flow back in instead of flowing it straight back into the lizard or wherever. Put it back, because I don't see, I look outside today and, you know, we're dry out here and we got a 50-mile-an-hour wind. We could have a $15 million fire next week here. And I don't see fire dangers going down. And what I'm really looking at, you see it across the board with what I'm doing, is how do we enhance our prevention on it, which is, that was where the interest income would go, is to help prevention. And also, what are we going to do with our funds as we have them? We've shown a propensity of a lot of people that really don't want to put money back into the permanent mineral trust fund right now, our permanent accounts. And mine is, where can we put that money that it has the biggest impact for the state? And I think fire is one of those. It just makes some sense if we're not going to permanently invest these funds. Make them sit somewhere else and do it. I know you've worked extensively on it. I'd really like to hear from Mr. Hibbard on thoughts on that type of approach, because to me, it's 2 biennium from now, we may not have the money to do that with. Right now, we do, and we tend to get money spent one way or the other. When it comes into here, it's, Chairman Bear understands this. I'm looking at Representative Pendergraft. We have a propensity to make this money evaporate. I mean, when it's available, it goes somewhere. And to me, this is potentially a great spot to put some of the money that, if we have to, we can go get it back. It's like the water accounts. If you got 30 million parked with strings on it, you can go get it back later. But it might just help us if we actually hit a year that you run beyond that amount that's there. And maybe just some thoughts on it. Thank you.
Director Hibbard.
Mr. Chairman, the governor's rec is $20 million of cash out of the fund with the expectation of targeting a $30 million cash balance when we get through the upcoming biennium. And he would also be appreciative of extending the borrowing authority to the $30 million amount. It worked well for us. We're pleased with the ability for all the foresight of the legislature in previous years to put that borrowing authority in place. And hopefully we don't find ourselves in the 24 fire season again, but I will put some caveats on this. You have some bills to go out there and reshape how we address the attack on the fire on the front end, getting better at getting them out faster. There's governor's recs to that extent in this budget, and then also you have bills that are a little bit different from that, but we're all in this together. So there's other things that are coming. I also do know that the average fire year is a little bit more expensive for us for all the obvious reasons, plus the fact that we are equipping ourselves to get there quicker and put the fires out faster. So this is all in relationship to Senator Driscoll's comment, but the governor's rec is 20 million cash and to extend the borrowing authority for 30 million.
Follow up, I would just point out that because of the borrowing authority, because the forester, you know, has pointed out to this committee that the bills come quite a bit later and somewhat unpredictable when we're in the midst of the firefighting season. We have this borrowing authority out of the LISRA where we're making great returns on our investment. You know, I would be opposed to having another endowment account off of the, basically off the budget. I think the governor's probably headed in the right direction. I too am hoping that we're creating methodology to avoid another 2024. Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. You have Superflex authority, correct?
I think the question is for you,
Maybe,
Director
oh,
Berry.
no. Okay, thank you. I just saw a head nod from down the way.
Director Hibbard, do you want to opine on that?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not cognizant of the OSL I have in Superflex. That would be similar to Corrections or the Department of Health.
And I'm seeing
Okay.
Ms. Martinow shake her head no. So I think that'd be a no. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm on page 88. This is probably a question for Director Hibbard. Just trying to reconcile in my mind the revenue sources. So we see one for investment income, 4601. Just wondering where that shows up on the unit budget request. And then in that same regards, I just want to make sure I'm reading correctly the assessment that the 23 counties pay, that EFSA. There's so many acronyms, you guys, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to the public for that. So on page 87, it looks like that county assessment is generating 1.2 million. That's 5917. And then when I look at the unit budget request for that, I'm only seeing 355,000. So I guess those two things, like where does that investment income come into the unit budget request? And then that county assessment, I guess, why is that number different on page 87 to page 91? Thank you.
Director Hibbard.
Mr. Chairman, if you go to page 88, you'll see that the anticipated special revenue for 27-28 is $12,124,796. If you go to the table for the 300, you'll see that the special revenue is $12,124,796. That is a combination of the interest earnings and also the recovery of funds.
Okay. Representative Sherwood, did that get it for you?
And then just the follow-up about that county assessment number on page 87. I guess where does that show up in the unit budget request there? Thank you.
Director Hibbard.
Mr. Chairman, it's in the 12,124. It's within the 12,124,796.
Okay.
If you would like us to break those out for you, we can. We can surely do that for you. Sometimes the prior year's estimates are not necessarily what the agency has put into the final draft of the document in the special revenue table, but we do work very diligently on the special revenue table themselves. That's our control features. So, Mr. Chairman, we'd be happy to give any additional detail on that.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you. I do think that additional detail would help me because on page 91, I'm seeing the EFSA assessment as its own line item. So it wasn't clear to me that it was that 355,000 though is not in line with, I think, the revenue and the amount that's available to spend from that.
Mr.
So,
Chairman,
thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I will draw your attention to it as 12,124,796. If you look at page 91, you'll see it. In page 91, it is broken out. The EFSA assessment's 354,382. The non-federal reimbursements is 425,730, and the special revenue fund budget is 7513284. So those are the details. But if you want more granularity than that, then we'd be happy to provide that. But they're all in line. They all are synced up.
Yeah, I don't think we'd want it in this budget book, but I do think that Representative Sherwood brings up a good point, that the linear track from this estimate of 1.2 million to the standard budget, where the EFSA assessment shows 354,000, it would be helpful to to understand how those two sheets correspond. But we can do that off of, that could be something
Absolutely,
you
Mr.
just,
Chairman, that's not an issue at all. We're pleased to do that, and I appreciate the fact that you don't want to expand the whole budget reconciliation, but we can do that for you.
right, I think that would be helpful for all the committee members if we could see that. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going back to the account conversation, and I'm going to push this towards Director Norris and her crew over at the fire side of state lands. Putting the 20 million in and the 30 million of a borrowing authority gives you the opportunity to continue to do what you guys need to do, correct?
Forrester Norris.
Chairman, Representative Haroldson, yes.
Okay, and then follow-up?
Follow-up.
Thank you for that follow-up. I too, I'm 100% for taking care of you guys, and I hope I've shown that, because this is something I'm passionate about. But at the flip side, one of the struggles that I do have, and this is just, I struggle when we keep building a new coffee can type of deal and saying, well, we got to have this and this. And the next thing you know, it takes away a lot of control from the Appropriations Committee and the legislatures, where we don't have the opportunity to continue to help make reality out of what needs to take place, and then we get run away. And so I too disagree with the concept of kind of allowing that path to move forward, especially if we continue to take care of the need like we do. The other aspect is this, and it's what I mentioned earlier, and I think you and I are on the same page, but I want that to be clarified. If we can get our management taken care of and how we address them in the timing of the addressing of these fires, do you feel like we could see these numbers drop, the need for these numbers drop in the future?
Forrester Norris.
Chairman, Representative Haroldson, yes, that is the point of the governor's proposed budget, is to work towards bringing that number, the suppression costs down by getting at the fires as quickly as possible. Now, mind you, fire just costs more money as well, so recognize that, but that is the point of what's within this budget right now.
All right, I think we're ready to move on. Director, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, I would direct your attention to page 95. This is a staffing request, priority F2. This is a request for a fire business assistant. The cost of this request is $184,596. This position is designed to have an accountant function to create efficiencies in wildfire billing, aiding in the timeliness of transactions for the 537 account as well as the EFSA. The governor does recommend approval for this ongoing request.
Okay. Questions? Forrester Norris, I think this falls under your purview, does it not? Can you kind of just tell us, what's the pile on your desk look like that this position would reduce?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So currently, State Forestry has one finance position that oversees the billing, as Director Berry said, of two fire accounts, the emergency fire suppression account and then the fire protection revolving account. Last year, the EFSA billed about $35 million, and the fire protection revolving account billed about $12 million. So that's $47 million in auditing and processing fire invoices and cost shares in 1 year. The workload for one person has increased by 3 times in the last 2 years between these two accounts. As wildfires continue in complexity, the duration and costs, it's really essential to ensure that we're making timely payments to our firefighters, to our vendors, our contractors, the cooperators, and we need to safeguard against audit findings. So complexities when it comes to billing that has occurred in the last 2 years. For example, the FEMA, the FMAGs, and the disaster declarations. In order to get that federal funding reimbursed, there is quite a process that we have to go through, not just for us, but also requiring with the federal agencies when they do their billing. And so again, when we're out on fires, especially that are the responsibility of the state or the private lands, think about all of those emergency contracts that need to get put into place. the food, the landowner agreements, all of that is getting put onto one position that is having to oversee all of those additional emergency contracts that are occurring. So again, this is really just to increase our capacity with the workload that is occurring.
Okay. Questions? Forrester Norris, if the fire propensity goes the other direction, if we're successful with what we're working on as far as stopping the fires from becoming such an expansive effort, and the costs going up and the billing going up and the number of days that you have to provide food, if we're successful, this 3 times workload would probably go the other direction. What would you do with this person if it turned out we didn't need that much work in this area?
Mr. Chairman, at the same time, there is quite a bit of grant that we could be continuing to apply and oversee and have oversight over when it comes to fuels mitigation grants, when it comes to prevention grants, as well as other avenues that we've been working through in fire. The fire revolving account itself has really started to grow in the workload that we have been doing, and that may or may not ever go away. And so that in itself, as we look to, and I believe Director Hibbard's going to touch on this as well, as we look to increase the de minimis in the admin fee in that account, we're planning on increasing revenue to help with that account. And with that, we probably are going to need to put some rules around that account, and from following that, we're going to need some more auditing in with that account. So whether or not we have less fires, we're still going to have billing, and we're going to have quite a bit of billing to do, and we're still going to be billing the federal agencies through that account in state and out of state.
Okay. Director Hibbard, did you want to add anything to that?
Mr. Chairman, the governor recommends the approval of this, and I support this as well. Sitting at my desk when we're in the throes of battling a situation that we had in 2024, looking at the obligations, looking at the expenditures, and looking at all of that, it gets really difficult to get a sound grasp of that in the fashion of timing that we need to have it. It's critical, so I support this request as well as the governor's recommendation is a yes.
Okay. Any further questions on this issue? Seeing none, Director Berry, please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll direct your attention to page 96. This is priority F3, also a staffing request. This is for a wildland fire module. This is designed to increase boots on the ground at the state level. The module contains 12 positions, 1 regional fire manager, 1 suppression module leader, 2 9-month seasonal wildland fire crew members, and 8 6-month seasonal wildland fire module crew leaders. You'll see the governor's recommendation is to approve the cost of this module at the price of $2,286,727. I will note in conversations with Director Hibbard this morning, it appears as though 2 of those costs may actually only be one-time, equating to $263,550 of one-time costs, which I believe would lower the recurring request to $2,023,177.
Director Hibbard.
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. The governor's recommendation is ongoing. It needs to be changed to, I recommend one time a 263,550. That would encompass the 241 other equipment and the 243 transportation. And that rec is one time and the rest ongoing. And that is very exact same situation on page 100. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, also on page 100. This is something we spent most of the summer working on, so we're pretty familiar with it. Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe this is more of a question for staff. So the bill that we're going to be presenting later today will align with this conversation of the module and establishing the module legislatively. Would there be, so if it's a situation where we were to pass that, would we find ourselves potentially with more than 3 modules even? I mean, is it a situation where if we pass that bill, it would offset a module, or how does that work?
I think I'll take a stab at this first, Representative Harrelson. I think we'll have to put a caveat in there that if we'd probably have whatever we agree upon as a committee into the budget with a caveat that if the bill passes, that would go away. So does that answer your question, or should we have staff? Okay. All right. Yep. Okay, further questions on this? I have one. I think this is for you, Forrester. The 2 at 9 months and the rest at 6 months, what's the reason for the difference there?
Thank you, Chairman. So NWCG standards for wildland fire modules, there's a whole standard. There's a whole book. It was updated February 2025.
I hadn't read that. I'm sorry, so you'll have to bring me up to
And I would not
speed.
expect you to. Turns out there's standards for a wildland fire module. And with that, those 9 months are very similar to how Helitac is set up, where we have our leads. And our leads come on earlier, and typically those 6-month positions, those are entry-level type positions. And so that's really what this is about, is being able to have a little bit more depth beyond that crew module leader than you have those module leads. And they typically, in a module, can also have certain qualifications, whether they're firing boss or ICT, incident commander 4, certain levels that they could also equal into that 9-month.
So 2 questions that brings up then. One is similar to my prior question, that you had 3 more months with these 2 more highly qualified firefighters. What do you anticipate their tasks being during that 3-month period, either both ends of the fire season or however you're going to envision doing that? But since you brought out that there are federal standards, I'll preempt Representative Sherwood's tenaciousness in these questions. Are there opportunities for federal funding for these fire modules since they're setting standards?
Mr. Chairman. Okay.
Is that what I said?
First question.
What'd I
Let's
say?
go through your first question again. What was your first question?
What
What will
what's
they
the-
be doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
For those extra 3 months.
Okay, so the module itself, and what's great about the module is, they're really this unique setup where the primary mission is to provide this innovative, safe, highly mobile, logistical, independent, versatile module to commit to fire and fuels management objectives. So long-term planning, ignitions, holding, suppression, but hazardous fuels reduction and fire effects monitoring. So we can definitely be using those earlier off-season for fuels mitigation work. That is a core idea of these type of modules, is they're going to be able to be doing fuels mitigation work. And with that also, there's many times where we need to be monitoring fires for longer term duration that we wouldn't expect volunteers to go out and check. This group can do that for us. So that's where we see a really good fit, because there's a real gap in the Wyoming wildland structure for this purpose. Federal funding, the federal funding for specifically that we receive right now, we receive state fire assistance funding. That funding we typically don't use on staffing. We have a few staff that are in that. That is been zeroed out in the president's budget. So we've been apprehensive about trying to, for the future of that money to be around. What we do use it for is mainly to help build out. Whether it's the equipment, or for fuels projects themselves. That's typically where we're using the federal grant money, is for the on-the-ground work.
Okay. I'm going to ask Director Hibbard with the Wyoming Grants Office to opine on this as well, but I think that was something that Representative Haraldson's kind of hitting on, is this fuels management. And I just want you to confirm, my assumption is that the 2 FTEs also will be working on fuels management when they're not working on firefighting. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, that's accurate. So what is unique about this module, if it's okay, I'll run through this for you. Okay. We have a regional manager, and that regional manager is going to direct the wildland fire response, prevention, fuels mitigation program. So this position is truly to serve as that incident liaison, that agency representative or lead operations will have the skill set requirement to be a high-level division soup, task force leader, incident commander 3 is what we're looking for. So each regional manager is going to oversee that module. The module leader will be that on-the-ground leadership, supervision, the technical expertise for the state wildland fire module. So they're going to be overseeing that for that efficient mitigation, prescribed fire, wildland fire suppression projects. And when it comes down to it, what we're really looking at is building out exactly what you're talking about, a fuels mitigation program on the ground with the staff that are being proposed within this.
Mr. Chairman, on October 31st, the Forester and the State Budget Department met with the Joint Appropriations Committee in this room, and we walked you ever so briefly on the GMO, the Grants Management Office side. But we did a full-blown study on this, and we looked at all the beginning of the fire, all the way through the mitigation of the fire, and that document was shared with LSO and is available to you. And then we further had a meeting with a subset of the Joint Appropriations Committee to delve into that in a little bit more detail. And that was recorded, and that's available for the Joint Appropriations Committee as well. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, Grants Management Office is on top of this to the greatest extent possible. Water is another example of that. But we'd be pleased at any time to meet individually or as a group with the Joint Appropriations Committee and share with you the outcomes of our technical service request on fire.
Thank you. All right, any other questions on this section? So this is very similar to the bill that we're going to be reviewing later today. Okay. Director.
Thank you,
Please
Mr. Chairman. I would direct you to page 99. This is priority F4, also a staffing request identical to F3, so it's the same wildland fire module with the same 12 positions. And I would note the same recommendation with that then removal of the one-time cost.
Director, we appreciate the governor's effort to divide these up so that we could make a good decision here within the committee. Any questions on the second fire module? All right, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is on page 101. This is F5, a staffing request for a public information officer position. The cost of this is $195,530. This position would have a focus on releasing appropriate information to the public and media, coordinating public meetings and community events, all associated with fire efforts, educating the public on wildfires, policies, programs, and services. The governor does recommend approval for this ongoing request as submitted.
Okay. Questions? I have a question, and this is Director Forrester Norris may opine on this as well. Our first line of defense is still the county, and it's going to be the county. The people who need the information are going to be in the county, and the people that should be tracking what even we're doing with our fire module or whatever efforts we may be making as state or federal help that we get still is going to be down to the county. So if we're going to have a public relations officer at the state level, how's that going to work with the county level? Are we paying for people at the county level to, give this information? Is there a gap there? Are the counties not getting it done? And we feel like the state needs to have an employee to do that. If you could just kind of describe to me how we came to the conclusion we needed this position.
Okay, sure, Chairman Bear. This position was recognized as a gap over the last 2 years in support of Wyoming and her communities throughout the fire years. This position is really set up to provide timely information, help set those communities up, be that connection between those counties and the state agencies and the federal agencies and all the pieces and parts, and to be interoperable at the lowest level to the highest level. There's, beyond just when the fire is occurring, there's a great amount of work that goes on in prevention, education, and those type of workshops and community planning events that this position can also fully support those communities with.
Thank you. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to speak to that gap as well. My community, just decently sized, does not have a public information officer at the county nor the city level. So this is also a gap at the local level. Thank you.
Okay. Director Hibbard and Director Richards, how many of these public information officers do we have across the enterprise?
Mr. Chairman, I can get you those statistics. The larger agencies typically have a communication officer, but I do know that we have actually a quick-hitting little report that we do when we're in the situation like we were with the fire season, to be able to get out there and use all of those communication officers, regardless if they're in the Department of Transportation or another agency. But I can get you that list, and I will provide that to you.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that you've got a methodology to draw resources from elsewhere if needed in an emergency.
Mr. Chairman, absolutely. It could be a snowstorm, it could be a fire, it could be any number of things, a slide, a tunnel, any of those things. But we do collaborate, and there is a little team, and I wish I had the statistics in the back of my head, but I don't. But we can get you those.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Okay. Any further questions on this position? All right, Director, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, on page 103, you will see request F7. This is a Helibase maintenance budget and furniture request. The cost of this request is $359,350. As most of you are familiar with, the new Helibase building is under construction in Natrona County. There's a need to furnish and maintain this new building and the associated storage building. The governor recommends approval of the request as submitted, with $130,000 of it being one-time and $229,350 as ongoing.
Okay, any questions on this? Seeing none, please proceed.
Next is on page 104. This is our F10, a request for Canva software for the Public Information Officer position that you just discussed. This Forestry and Fire Public Information Officer will use this software for production of reports, public outreach, and education materials. The governor recommends approval of this $240 ongoing request as submitted.
Okay, any questions on this TRP request? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next is on page 105. This is also a TRP request. This is F6. This is the TRP for the 26 positions that are in these F requests: the Public Information Officer, the Fire Business Accountant, and then the 24 associated with those two modules that were presented to you. So this is just separated out for the committee's ease to see that cost.
Okay, so just to be clear, we've got 4 laptops. So that we're not providing laptops to the seasonal people. Okay, very good. All right. Any questions on this one? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, I will direct you to page 135. I think this goes back to Senator Driscoll's question about the county equipment from earlier. And I think high level, I can tell you this: forestry and fire refurbishes equipment for counties to then take on. I will let Forrester Norris give you more detail about that. But what I wanted to point out on this page is on 135, this goes back to the de minimis rate that Forrester Norris mentioned earlier, having the governor's recommendation that we raise the de minimis rate that we charge right now for our fire protection revolving account from 10% up to the allowable 15% under the federal government's regulations. Right now, of that 10%, 5% goes back to the counties, 4.9% stays with this account. With that increase, the split of the 10% would remain the same, but there would be a 5% increase to the fire protection revolving account in an attempt to get that account to a positive balance. But I'll let Forrester Norris respond to any questions on that county equipment question.
Okay, questions on this account? Have you gotten your part answered yet?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, I'm not sure I totally understand it, but it's probably easier offline to really get there. I just really believe back to prevention, and rebuilding equipment often's old military equipment. And I actually think probably we ought to be looking long-term at some type of program. This probably isn't the right place for it. Like I said, I didn't understand it, but some of these littler counties just can't afford fire equipment. And, you know, sometimes that means the difference between a huge fire out of a suppression account and not. They're usually volunteer staffed. They're either ranch vehicles or old fire equipment that doesn't run very well. Looking at Chairman Bear, Campbell County's been very gracious. They've given Cook County numbers of pieces of their used equipment. That's what we operate on in Cook County. We've bought maybe 1 or 2 trucks in the county. Basically, they're expensive. These guys work their guts out to put fires out. And I want to do everything I can, not to fight fire, but to prevent fire. And these guys, a 1 acre fire is the best time to put it out, not when it's at 100. And if you don't have good equipment, or the pump won't start, or the truck doesn't run, you've got a problem. And then Kelly ends up coming in and saving us. And that's kind of where I'm at. And I don't think this is the right vehicle. I was looking at trying to put money in to do something of that sort, and this really does not appear to be the vehicle, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
So just, and Director Norris will have you opine to just confirm my thoughts on this. I think we learned over the summer that you own equipment that you make available to the counties, and you've staged those throughout the state for different fire purposes. But now you're going to have your own team, and they'll be able to use this equipment as well. So oftentimes, I think you testified there's nobody to drive it, to get it there to where it needs to be, that type of thing. But hopefully now with this opportunity to have a new team, that we'll really be putting this equipment to use. Is that a accurate statement?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So for the state-owned fire engines, you're absolutely correct. And then Senator Driscoll, the FPP program, which is the Federal Excess Personal Property Program, and then we have the Firefighter Property Program. We take in those military trucks, we here in the shop refurbish them and resell them out to counties. We have 3 counties right now. We just refurbished, and one is up in Bighorn at that Fire Goose. The district there just received a new fire truck. So we also are refurbishing and taking those federal excess properties. We have over 300 pieces. We have to inventory those biannually for the federal government. And then we also collect federal excess property, federal fighter property that can in turn eventually become their own title. With that though, I think your conversation of beyond just the FEPP, I think that's where Director Hibbard's office can also come in and help, is taking a look at where else we can purchase or finding funds for that equipment that we provide older military equipment. Some of that can be challenging since people don't know how to drive stick anymore. So some of them want to not, it's becoming more of a challenge. And so how do we get newer equipment? The BLM, for example, does have a program, and they will be allowing through their federal program, I believe 1 or 2 of their engines will go into the counties this year yet. So there's different programs available between our federal partners, and I think different funding mechanisms to look into for future grants.
Mr. Chairman, follow up. If a donor bought a truck, because there's a lot of fire trucks out there floating around, and donated it to a local fire department, could they bring it to you to get it refurbished to make sure that it ran right? Because is there a way for us to make it where you could do that?
Forrester Norris.
Mr. Chairman, unfortunately, we don't want to get in the business against private businesses. So we have very specific project work that we do with our federal access property program.
I think Representative Pendergraft can give us a whole lesson on how the Army trains drivers. Maybe that would be helpful in the future. All right. I think we're good to move on, Director.
On page 142, you will see our next exception request. This is F9. This is a request to increase the fire budget authority for the fire protection revolving account. This is account 537, which you're all quite familiar with. The request is for $12 million in spending authority. This is designed to reduce the amount of B11s utilized to make sure that the fire billing can be completed. The governor does recommend the $12 million for this ongoing request as submitted. I know there's been some criticism of this account over time because it does go into the negative. This goes back to our discussion about the de minimis and then just timely billing and working with counties.
Okay, questions on this account? I think we're good to move on.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next, I would direct you to page 155. This is request number 5, the capacity purchase agreement funding. The cost of this request is $1 million. This is to transfer money from the interest account for the transportation enterprise account over to the Wyoming Department of Transportation for this capacity purchase agreement for Wyoming Air Services. These funds come from that interest portion, as I mentioned, and they are to be used for vehicles or for aeronautic purposes. So this certainly meets the definition of what these funds are to be used for. This does promote WYDOT's mission of providing safe, high-quality, and efficient transportation systems across the state. The governor does recommend approval of this one-time fund.
Any questions about this transfer? Okay, seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, that completes our list of exception requests.
Okay, so generally speaking, are there any comments or questions? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if we could go back to, I think, a few easy questions here. Page 119 is Ranch A. Just out of curiosity, was wondering what the current balance of this fund was, and if you can update us on any of the work that has been done on that facility with the last two appropriations in 23 and 24. Thank you.
Ms. Doring?
Chairman, I did not pull a current balance as of December. What is listed in the book is the June 30th balance of $936,204 is probably fairly close, but I can get that. If Director Hibbard probably can also get it.
Mr. Chairman, current balance is $798,119.
Okay, follow-up, Representative Sherwood?
Follow-up, yes, thank you. And I can take this offline, just curious on how those appropriations from 23 and 24 have been used on the facility. Thank you.
Do you have anybody here to answer that question now for the entire committee? One moment, I'll let the director answer if she has.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, happy to get a detailed account of those. One thing that I can tell you that's being done right now is roof repair and replacement due to hailstorms. So that's one project that I'm aware of right now that's in process.
Okay, all right.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, in addition to that, so that roof's 70-plus years old. This is exactly what we were looking at. This is a historic structure that's all shake shingles. It's not cheap to do. They also went in on a 100-year-old structure and they replaced the logs that are rotten and re-chinked and done a lot of work. It's pretty stunning what's been done, and it's been done, in my opinion, very efficiently. You guys, I anticipated a much higher cost on log replacement and some of the work they've done, and the work's stellar. It's for a 100-year-old facility. They're going to go in and restain and redo it. You cannot tell the work that's been done from what was done 100 years ago. I applaud you. It's kind of a pet deal of mine that lays in my county, and I can't tell you how proud I am of the state taking the reins and getting those facilities back up to where there's something that we can all be proud of, that we're not faced with huge bills down the road because we've done a bunch of deferred maintenance on it. They're working into the barn as well, I believe. The money's virtually 100% been spent on historic facilities. They haven't spent it on anything very frivolous. It's just keeping the infrastructure to the best they can, and you guys have done really a nice job on it. I thank you for it.
Wouldn't you agree, Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on Ranch A? Is yours on Ranch A? Okay, I'll go to Senator Guru first.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just general question. I'm trying to frame it here. You guys are, you're doing a great job, and I know, we got a new team going, and I heard a lot of great things, and folks from oil and gas have said you guys are processing things well, and things seem to be trending in the right direction, as we say. But these budgets are expressions of how we, as a state, feel going forward, and this department, to me, is one of the most important of all. As you say, 3.4 million acres of ground. We've got issues. Right now, at the federal level, we hear talk, I don't know if there's any truth to it, but we hear talk that possibly big parcels of federal lands are going to be turned over to states. You hear about it, read about it all the time. Will it happen? I don't know. But I guess what I'm wondering is, do you all, as you were putting this budget together and you were in that, do you guys talk about this as far as the future? I know we're going to hear from Mr. Budd here a little bit about some of the dangers that we have in our state lands and lands, with invasive species and all that. But 3.4 million acres, and we're at a meeting earlier this year, or last year, I don't even know when it is now. We're talking about how other states try to value these lands and do it. So I just have a question about how, when you're putting this budget together, did you have any discussions about those things, whether with the governor's team or as, coming together, and where that is, or what the current thinking is in the department?
Director?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Grew, I appreciate that question. And a couple of things I would like to share. First and foremost, something that I think about for this agency is my impression upon arrival there is it's very passive. All the good ideas come to the agency. There hasn't been the ability to shift the energy into more strategic, forward-moving processes. And so one of my hopes for the agency over time is to get it in a stable enough place that we are seeing more strategic energy, more forward-thinking energy on what we're going to do next. So that's a shift I'd like to see for the agency. I think as to the question of, because it does circulate every once in a while because it's in our name, it's a land agency. If you guys get these lands, what are you gonna do? I think the first question that comes to my mind is thinking about the mission of those lands. And so our job right now is revenue generation, and federal lands don't have that same job. They have a multiple use sustained yield purpose, which is not the same as maximizing revenue for trust beneficiaries. And so I think the real question that comes for me is if we can expand that portfolio, we have to be clear on what we want those lands to do and how we want them to perform. I think certainly possible with, being thoughtful and mindful about how you approach that. But the first friction point I think about is what's the purpose of those and how might that look?
Director, your response was so apropos, I could hear music behind you.
Just good luck.
Follow up. Yeah, I think the music shut down now that Senator Guru is going to speak.
And I appreciate that, I really do, but I couldn't agree more with the impression that I've had, and I know you're all appreciated, is that truly this is one of the most reactive groups. Someone walks in the door and say, I nominate this property, and you guys are crazy, and you have no idea where, when that's gonna happen, and it does seem to be sometimes like we just get a bunker mentality. And so that's why I was saying, as we work on this, or whether it's in the supplemental or going forward, we're saying we just, how we can get past that, and how we can move forward. I know you're working on the five electeds, you got all the bosses. But to me, that seems like it's something that, to be more proactive as far as that plan goes. It might help a lot on what reactions, or who walks in the door and what reactions. Wouldn't you agree?
Wouldn't you agree?
Yes,
Director?
Mr. Chairman.
Director, I would also encourage vision. I think that's what the good senator is trying to portray, is that we need vision for where we're going to go with this. And I agree. I don't know where that vision should come from as far as the leadership, but I certainly hope we can get some. All right, Representative Pendergraph.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Over the last few years, of course, our attention has been very much focused on fire, because that's been the kind of the disaster of the day, so to speak. Back in the 70s, I worked in the Bighorns and helped regulate, control a dozen irrigation reservoirs. In those days, we had tremendous snows, we had flooding issues. Back in the 50s in particular, I remember, not that I was there. I remember an earthquake which shattered a dam and killed a bunch of people and took out roads and all sorts of issues. What I'm getting to is I would like some assurance that in your disaster planning, we're not getting so focused on what's been happening, but we don't lose sight of what can happen with tornadoes, earthquakes. I know right up in Senator Driscoll's area, there were some pretty high winds that didn't do a whole lot of damage beyond there. But how much of your time planning resources, how much do we look at other things that can go wrong?
Vice Chairman, are you asking the director or the forester that?
Anybody that would care to opine.
We'll start with the director.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to defer to Forester Norris because she
Okay,
has
we'll
been
go to the
the
forester.
planner there. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Representative. So the state forester is under state statute, really focused on fire, wildland fire. When it gets beyond wildland fire, I really defer to Director Budd from Homeland Security. She is my go-to. She's right next door to me in my offices. And we work together when it comes to beyond that in wildland fire. We've had tornadoes at the same time we've had fires. I think that was in 2012, a couple times over in Campbell County at the same time. So we do work together, but that Homeland Security really focuses on floods and the tornadoes. We do utilize our inmate crews for flood mitigation. When sandbagging and things like that, we have utilized them many times to help support with the National Guard on some of that.
Okay. Follow up, Vice Chairman? No? Okay. All right, seeing no other questions, we can proceed. Oh, Representative Sherwood.
Apologize, Mr. Chairman. I have a question in regards to the mineral royalty grants, if we could go back there, if that's okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please.
So let's see. We are on page 122. That's where the mineral royalty grant starts. Understanding that the governor has proposed moving $4 million from the Wyoming Business Council. Just wondering if we need to reflect that as an exception request in the table when we vote on that recommendation. Thank you.
All right, Director Hibbard.
Mr. Chairman, I would have actually been disappointed today if I hadn't got an MRG question. And in reality, it is a very important program. So to answer the question, do we need an exception request? No, because the governor made a recommendation to do this in the standard. We're moving the standard. So on page 124, you'll see his recommendation. I recommend approval of the standard budget as submitted. Furthermore, I recommend coal lease bonus funds are only available upon successful auction, because I'll talk about that in a second. Receipt of the first payment of the successful bidder. Lastly, I recommend approval to transfer the standard in the amount of $4 million federal mineral royalty fund revenue 4201 from the Business Council to the Office of State Lands and Investments. We are making a standard budget adjustment, standard budget recommendation from the governor. Also, Mr. Chairman, when you look at the math, you look on page 124, I'm just going to walk you through page 124 and tie it into the table. So on page 124, you will see that the severance tax below the cap distribution to the state OSLI is $4,237,674. Federal mineral royalty standard budget below the caps, $10,800,000. The governor's rec in the table will now change that to 14 million. So if you go to page 127, you will see that the total budget request now is 14.8 $1.8 million. That includes the $4 million that the governor just recommended that we come from the Business Council to State Lands and Investments. And then lastly, Mr. Chairman, very important, this $11,200,000 in coal lease bonus. I'm optimistic. This is spending authority. I'm optimistic that we'll actually have a coal lease bonus. We can't be 11 if we get it, but if we do get it, this spending authority will allow us to act upon it directly and get it into the MRG and start making decisions on it. So that $11.2 million is spending authority. Mr. Chairman.
Director Hibbert, did you just say that you could not do a B11?
That's correct.
If we did get some additional funds.
And historically, we've always put the spending authority in there in anticipating the coal lease bonus. So if we get one, and that's why the governor is saying, I recommend coal lease bonus funds are only available upon a successful auction and the receipt of the first payment of the successful bidder, meaning that it's a valid auction. That $11.2 million is to, hopefully, we get coal lease bonus. And if we do, then we're going to flip it around and we're going to get to the communities as quickly as possible. So, Mr. Chairman, the last point that I would make on the $4 million transfer is that some time ago, you remember, we got significant amounts of coal lease bonus. It was an amazing time. We built a lot of schools with it. A Business Council received $4 million of that distribution. Now we're in hard times on the MRG. And if you've ever been at a State Land Investment Board meeting and you have the local governments coming in and looking for just to keep their water systems and sewer systems up, they're asking for little chunks of money to just keep it up, not to build it out, but to keep it up. So this will put the $4 million decision into the elected officials' decision-making through the SLIB. And we've had conversations with Business Council about how the best process to communicate that. So the $4 million, that's my explanation for that transfer.
Okay. Director, if you could help the committee, many of us are new, to understand why that can't be B11. Is that a state statute? Is that a US code? What is the restriction? Statute. Okay.
There's a restriction. There's other restrictions. I'll give you another example. There's a restriction on tourism dollars. If it's not appropriated by the legislature, we can't just take that special revenue and add it to it, but that's just a simple restriction.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so any other general questions? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow-up to that, if I'm tracking, I may not be, on page 125, when you look at that estimate for the biennial 27-28, we're still showing that $4 million, I think, moving. Is this a move to the Business Council? Okay, thank you, Director. And I also have a follow-up question on what is the current balance in this account. Thank you.
Okay, so the answer is yes. So we didn't get that audible.
Yes.
And Representative Sherwood, go ahead.
So, Mr. Chairman, there was, when this budget was submitted by the agencies, a $4 million transfer to the Business Council. The governor is recommending to stop that transfer, so you would cross out that negative $4 million. But we are going to use every dollar MRG. We're going to come to the SLIB in every iteration. We were going to make those recommendations. We will not anticipate carrying over any MRG money. It's just that critical.
Okay. Follow-up, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. I did cross that out in my notes. Thank you. And then do we have a current balance in that account? Thank you.
Director Hibbert. Or Director Richards.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, 42 million.
42 million, okay. All right.
Under obligation.
And it's under obligation. You heard that, Representative Sherwood? Okay. All right. Any other general questions for the director? All right, Director, if you'd like to wrap us up, anything you'd like to say?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the committee for your consideration. Thank you for your tireless work with Forester Norris during the interim to understand the needs of forestry and fire across the state, and thank you for your thoughtful questions today.
All right, thank you. Appreciate your being here, and again, welcome aboard. All right, Director Richards, we're a little bit early, about a half an hour ahead of schedule. Director Budd, do you know Could we get you done before a break, or should we go ahead and take a break now? What would you prefer, Director?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that your prerogative.
Okay. You want to take a break? That's what I needed to hear. All right, we'll take a, let's see, we're scheduled for a 15-minute break. We'll take a 15-minute break. We'll be 10:15.
Mr. Chairman, the next agency for your consideration is Agency 39, the Wyoming Wildlife and Natural Resource Trust. The presentation will be by Director Budd, and I would note that he has brought his entire agency with him today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Also with me is Barb Wallace, who is our fiscal agent at the Department of Administration and Information. And Barb is here. If you have hard questions, I will defer to them. And then also Hillary Wasserberger, our grants manager. So we do have the entire agency. I
We
presume.
appreciate your span of control.
Yes. I presume we'll just walk through this the same as you've been doing with the others. Our exceptions are listed on page 8. There are 5. I will not go into the TRP as we just follow the recommendations of the Department of, what is it?
ETS.
ETS. Page 9 is the first exception request, and that is the Encana Oil and Gas. This is a program the Jonah Interagency Office years ago in 2006 was tapped with doing compensatory mitigation. We were the escrow agent for those funds. This is a request to reduce spending authority by $86,900. That account is zeroing out. There's only about $24,000 left in there at this point in time. This puts it down to where what we hope to do is spend that completely out and be done with that unit in a year.
All right, any questions on this exception request? I will point out that Representative Angelos and Co-Chair Salazar are your liaisons, so they're going to want to be prepared to explain these things. So we appreciate you taking the time to keep us informed.
Okay?
No questions here, so yeah, please proceed.
The next exception request is page, well, that's the TRP. We'll skip that. Page 21, Mr. Chairman. This is an exception request. This is the $11 million that was approved last session by both the House and Senate and was left in the supplemental budget when it was not adopted. This money is to address, to be proactive, little different than the money that was allocated last February, which was to respond to fires that had happened, and it was recovery money. This money was actually the proactive money to prevent the invasion of those grasses. That's primarily been used to date in the western side of the state and in Carbon County, to some degree in the northern part of the state. But that 11 million, right now, the requests we have are 8.5 million are on our plate now for that 11 million. And that was simply a matter of not getting that through when we went to conference.
Director, I'll go ahead with Representative Alman first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you today.
You too.
Now, is this being administered by the state and applied by the state, or is this cost sharing?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Alleman, in this particular case, it is all cost share and all pass-through money. That's basically everything we do is a pass-through to a contractor. In this case, it'll be the contractor will generally be weed and pest districts at the county level. Or if you look at Western Wyoming, they choose who's going to administer the grant. In that case, it's Teton County Weed and Pest, and they're administering for Teton, Lincoln, Uinta, Sweetwater, and Sublette counties. And they all meet together and allocate where they think that needs to go.
Follow up, Representative Alman?
This is for anywhere on private or state, whether it was a fire area or not?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Director, could you tell us on the 8.5 million in requests, what counties those are going to be addressing?
Mr. Chairman, at present, the requests are from the Western Wyoming group, which is the 5 counties I previously mentioned. So I think their priority this year would be to finish Uintah County and move into Sweetwater with a little bit pickup back up in sublet. There's another substantial request in Park County, working on the Absaroka front. There is another in Natrona County on the Platte River, and I'm leaving one out.
Is there any for Platte County?
There is not a request in Platte County for that particular portion of funding. However, I have met with Platte County's representation with their weed and pest, game and fish, conservation district, and their fire people, and asked them to put together a comprehensive plan to address cheatgrass in the entire county, not just where the fires were.
Director, when was that meeting held?
Mr. Chairman, I met with them, I think it was in early October, and they have committed that they're going to get back to us with a comprehensive plan to address all of it.
Okay, all right. Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Budd, good to see you.
You too.
Is there any effort, I know, I'll just use our place as an example. We never had cheatgrass, ever.
Right.
And then as these big elk herds moved in on us to winter and stuff, you could see, you could see their trails. Well, the next year was cheatgrass trails. It was, the animals brought that in. Is there any effort, I guess my question is, any effort to see where these animals are kind of wintering, where they travel to fields to feed and back, to try to stop the cheatgrass where they're at so they don't spread it down? You get what I'm trying to say?
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, absolutely. There are numerous efforts that have been done to do reconnaissance, to figure out where these problems are most acute, where they can be addressed. You're probably familiar with the work that has been done up out in Western Park County by Arthur Middleton, in which they collared animals and tracked where they were. A component of that is tracking what they're eating and what their body condition is. That's a secondary study that's been done throughout the state. And by using all of those different metrics and all that data, we're able to go in and look and say, okay, this area where they're summering has a tremendous amount of cheatgrass. That would become a priority area to treat so that you don't have a seed source that can be exported somewhere else. That's a huge part of what we're trying to get done right now in Wyoming, is if we can get rid of that seed source, we believe we have the ability to knock this back to where we don't eliminate, but certainly significantly reduce fire risk. We reduce the economic loss that comes with cheatgrass. All of those components come together. And so there's numerous surveillance efforts that are going on between wildlife, between weed and pest, between agronomy. All of those are looking at those, exactly what you're asking about.
Follow-up, Senator French? Okay. Vice Chairman Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you as always.
You too.
And I believe that we've had a little bit of this discussion before, but I just wanted to touch on it again. Several of us were privileged to take a flight and look at what Sheridan County is doing up there, and I was very impressed by the action that they've taken. They were very aware of the game trails. They even flew over and showed us so we could see what they were talking about. But the thing that struck me as really depressing, I guess, was flying along the state line. And we've done everything we can do to tend ours, and on the other side of the state line, you could just see all the way what was going on. Could you describe for me any efforts that your office has with our neighboring states? Is there any action that we could possibly take to coerce them to mow their lawn?
Director Budd.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, those conversations occur probably twice a year at weed and pest conferences, at conservation district meetings, and all of that. The stopper that they throw at you is, you have a fund that will help do this work, we don't. So I think they've thrown their hands in the air to a large degree and said, we don't have the funding, we don't have the people, therefore we're just gonna let it be what it is. This has been an ongoing problem for the bulk of my career in conservation, is that you have adjoining states that simply don't do anything. And we, because the wind blows from the west and the north, we bear a lot of that risk. But as you know from that flight, we have been able to get on top of it. We have, because as we are very, very proactive, we find vent nada, we get vent nada. We find Medusa head, we get Medusa head. But yes, it's a vexing, aggravating situation that we find ourselves in. And I guess the one thing I would say is we don't want to be that neighbor to South Dakota or Nebraska or Colorado either.
Follow-up, Vice Chairman. Director, along these lines, these other states that don't have funds, I mean, are they not concerned about ag production and the deleterious effect of these weeds? I mean, how can they say we're not going to do anything because we don't have a fund?
Mr. Chairman, I can't answer for the other states as much as I might like to. I can't answer that. I find it, personally, I find it somewhat dismaying that the society today has entirely lost touch with the benefits of agriculture, not just to providing food, but open space, wildlife habitat, clean water, clean air, healthy soil. We don't hear anybody talk about that, except I drive you crazy about it all the time when I'm here. But it's disheartening to me. I grew up with that agrarian upbringing, that where you cared about the land that as you cared about your family. And I don't see that in a lot of places anymore. We do still have that here.
Director, I'm not an ag producer, so I get my information from those who are. And my understanding is that these invasive weeds are really bad as far as ag, because the cattle, the livestock will not eat this stuff. And if it takes over, you're losing production out of that land. Is that an accurate statement? And I'll ask any other ag producers in the room to add into their opinion about that.
Mr. Chairman, it is accurate. There, in the annual report that I sent you all, there's a figure in, or I guess in the fire report, there's a figure in there that estimates how much the annual loss is. It's in the tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars, because that land becomes basically of no value at all. And it isn't just in, that's just to cheatgrass. It's not just invasive annuals, it's other things. If you get encroachment of conifers, if you get some of your other weeds that come in, whether it's leafy spurge or others, and that's why we've been so aggressive in this state, is to maintain that portion of our economy. You throw in the fire risk, and then the risk isn't just to agriculture, it's to industry, it's to communities, it's to small subdivisions outside of town. So it expands exponentially if you look at that.
You brought up the fire issue, and I know it's always hit and miss. We don't know what the weather's going to do. We don't know what the outcome after a fire is going to happen. But it's my understanding that when you have a fire, if it's hot enough, you can actually stop these invasive weeds, at least for a season. What are you seeing since we came out of the previous fire season, the previous winter, as far as just natural defenses of the land against these invasive species after the fire and the recovery?
That is a great question, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad you asked it. It's interesting if you'll look at where we had the fires in the past 2 years. They've tended to be in areas that had annual grasses, which would carry that, especially if you had a wind. We have not had the same type of fire in those counties that have been aggressively treating for invasive annuals. So just looking at that now, that could be weather patterns, it could just be coincidence. But the fact is that they have had strikes in a lot of those areas, but they were able to get on them because they didn't have that flashy fuel to carry that fire. What we've seen in response, and I've been up several times in your backyard, and I know Representative Angelos went on the tour with us this year, is that yes, in those areas where it was hot, you hope it doesn't burn to mineral soil to where nothing will grow. But it will set back those plants. The problem is that seed source is still in the soil. So what you get is 1 year reprieve a lot of the time. The second year, then you get that flush of the invasive annual. So that's how the entire program that was set up by the local weed and pest districts, by the university, by all of us working together, went in and said, okay, let's see what we get as far as expression. That was this summer. And let's treat it going into the fall, because then you remove the seed source. You've actually gotten 2 years bump on that invasive annual. And we're looking at next year probably seeing a very robust recovery from the natives, which are somewhat more fire resistant. And if you think about that, western wheatgrass being one of the ones that's very predominant up in northeast Wyoming, its growing points and its reproductive points are below soil. So that's a defense against fire. That's a elegantly designed defense against fire. Cheatgrass doesn't have that. Cheatgrass will burn right down to the roots because they're only that big. So we think that we have a strategy now that may get us to a point where we can make a massive difference in how that invasive annual has invaded the state in the last 20, 30 years.
Okay. Other Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Budd, thanks for being here, and thanks for the work you've done around our county and around the state on this. Can you speak to, and we're turning this a little bit into invasive grasses, but I think it's good to have this conversation. Can you speak to those invasive annuals and mule deer populations and kind of what we're seeing the trend being with that? It's beyond just our cattle, it's into also our game animals.
Director Budd.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, another great question. The normal progression when you get, and I'll just talk about cheatgrass because it's the one I'm most familiar with. The normal progression is you get cheatgrass invading and you have, let's say, half of your landscape is cheatgrass and half of it is native annuals, or native perennials. You get a fire that goes through. Cheatgrass burns, everything burns with it, and you come back. Your natives will try to recover, but the cheatgrass, the invasive annuals, recover quicker because they come from seed and boom, boom, and then now you've got a landscape that's 75% invasives and 25% natives. That leads to the next fire. And now you have a landscape that's 100% invasives, and you lose all of your shrub component. So if you think about mule deer in the winter particularly, you lose bitterbrush, you lose sagebrush, you lose rabbit brush, you lose the things that they live on that put them in a condition to have healthy fawns and perpetuate that species. And then the killer on this, and that's why I think I've told you this before, my friends in Nevada, who just say, do what you can, get ahead of it, because then the next fire that comes through is so hot that even cheatgrass won't grow. And what you have then is you have bare ground that grows nothing. How does that relate to our wildlife species? Obviously, if you burn all the sagebrush off, that affects your sage grouse. It also affects mule deer, it affects pronghorn. It affects all of the bird species that nest in sagebrush ecosystems. Likewise, if you have fires that burn through woody draws, which are such a valuable habitat component in northeast Wyoming and southeast Wyoming, you lose all the woody component to the draw. Now you've lost the neotropical songbird habitat, you've lost your ability to retain water, you've lost that winter foraging, whether that was chokecherry or plum for deer. So you can track the invasion of invasive annuals with the decline in mule deer population, and they are absolutely tracking. One's this way, the other's this way.
All right, Director Richards.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I just wanted to at least raise this. If the committee elects to agree with the governor's recommendation on this, the Wildlife Natural Resource Trust Fund has a unique accounting methodology. So I believe that there's a desire to include the standard footnote on this, which allows them to transfer the general funds to their own fund and expend from that.
Okay. So there's a.
And Mr. Chairman, if I may, I would add that our spending authority does not currently anticipate this. So as we've done in the past, when we get a specific appropriation from the legislature like this, the spending authority goes with it. That just eliminates the need to do a bunch of B11s.
Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Director Budd.
Good
How
morning.
are you? So I just wanted to touch on this just for the committee, and I talked to staff, but there was just a typo on page 19 on the source of funding. it says, you'll see down at the bottom, auto tax,
Oh.
general. So I guess that was a typo, we'll make sure.
Thank you. Do you want to handle that, Kevin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just take that 3,962,273 and embed that in the 6602. That's the typical place to have it. There is no difference. It's simply easier to communicate that if you just have it in the special revenue.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, I don't remember who caught that, but we looked at it. Well, it was Elizabeth caught it and asked, and we were all mystified. That was just spending authority that should have gone into that 6602. No idea why it ended up where it did. I called Director Westby and said, is this license plate money? What is this? I have no idea what this is. Yeah. So we had a half-day mission where everybody ran around and tried to figure it out, and finally, it's just wrong.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Quick question, page 19, total requested standard budget 16.8. Has that been the norm over the last few years?
Director?
Mr. Chairman,
level?
Mr. Chairman, yes, that's what we've tried to do is look at a 4% return on the 200 million, and that's what that 16 is.
Okay.
So when we budget internally as the agency, we budget about $8 million a year. That's keeping it at 4%. That's why when we passed the bill last year to set up the endowment model for this fund, that carried forward.
So we do have statutory policies on that, and you're equating that with
Correct.
this one as well?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, that's
Okay,
correct.
Thanks.
And Mr. Richards, what is our actual rate of return on this $200 million?
Mr. Chairman, this varies year to year. It is fully invested in Pool A, which gets that somewhat better return than the state agency pool or similar. It's longer term investment because the endowment is statutorily protected. I don't recall I think it was around 6% in the last biennium.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, let me follow up on that because that was part of the endowment model. Anything over the 4% goes automatically into the corpus of the trust. We're trying to inflation-proof that so it will build over time, and the 4% spending limit gives us where we need to be. So that's how that all evolved.
Okay. As long as we're mentioning potential errors, this may not be an error, but it's confusing me. On page 21, in the explanation of request, first paragraph, last line, it says, 9 million appropriated will be committed by December of '24. If we could just help me understand, is that just a misprint on the December of '24 or?
Mr. Chairman, that's probably residual from the last budget. That 9 million was allocated in '24. It's been spent. The 20, that's the 11, is the remainder of the 20 that was the original request.
Okay, that's what I thought. So the word will should be was. Okay,
Correct.
thank you. All right, any further questions? All right, Director Budd, please continue.
Next exception request is page 23. And this is to continue the efforts that we started in this year. As you recall, you allocated $49.5 million to deal with fire recovery. That has, all but 3 million of that has been already allocated, and the majority of that has been spent. Yesterday, I got a request for the Red Canyon fire, which occurred later this year. That request is for 9 million, and that's for the private and state component of that fire, which burned about 80,000 acres, I believe, half of which is private and state lands, right at half it. So we are out of money to even begin to address their needs at this point. This is to continue that effort. As I think Representative Pendergraft pointed out, we have taken a very aggressive approach on that elk fire. That's primarily dealing with erosion and water issues. That probably was a phase one. There will be more requests there. We know of 2 other fires that occurred in the last year that have a sizable private and state land component. So this request for the 29 is to address impacts of the fire season with the ones that have already occurred, as well as a few others that we anticipate we're going to see. The one request here is that we not limit that to fire recovery, that as we look at that in the same context as the other 11 million, we separated them because they were different requests, but that they be allowed to be used for prevention as well as recovery.
A little bit of flex authority between the two.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Any questions, comments? Seeing none, please proceed.
The final exception request on page 25 is Rocky Mountain Power Project. Again, this is a request to reduce spending authority. We have already spent $4.173 million on that mitigation program. We don't need to retain that spending authority. The 3.8 will complete that program and close it out. Again, we hope that that is closed out this year or early next year. And for background, that was, Rocky Mountain Power was required to pay mitigation to the BLM for their power line, Gateway West. They followed the state's rules as they related to sage grouse. We did not require compensatory mitigation, but the BLM did. BLM came to us and asked if we would administer that program, and we agreed to do that. So we did the request for proposals, did the analysis of the projects, and did the contracting and for 7 projects, I believe it was. That sound right? 7 projects that met the requirements of the mitigation.
Okay. Director Richards.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, this is just another unusual issue where this request will require a Section 300 to continue this account as we've done in the prior 2 biennia. And I would also need to correct myself. The legislation that you recently adopted removed the fund from Pool A, so it is invested in longer-term investments.
So maybe it is higher than 6% then.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, yes, and we can look in to see what the amount is.
Okay. And I assume that the finishing out of the account, we can put language in there that allows them to keep the account open until that point, and then at that point, it ends the authority.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. All right. Any other questions on this particular exception request? All right. Seeing none, got through that fairly well. Are there any questions for the director in general for this fund? Seeing none, Director, if you'd like to close us out.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and thank you for your patience with us. As I've said before, we're a very small agency with a very large impact. I go back to the original intent for how this program should work, and I guess partly doing that, this is our 20th anniversary this year. We started in 2005, and kind of hard to believe we've gotten that far, but it was to be an independent agency. It was to be able to operate without general funds, except in those cases where the legislature had a priority that they asked us to administer. Over time, we've done that with bark beetles. We had a healthy forest project in northeast Wyoming and in Uintah County where we addressed the bark beetle issue. I think it was massively effective when you look at how we were able to keep timber companies operating in the Black Hills and down in southwest Wyoming. We've done it with sage grouse when we were at the risk of having a listing under the Endangered Species Act. The legislature came in and said, step up the efforts, and we did that. We've done it with migration corridors. And so you look at highway crossings, you've allocated money for those. The KC to Buffalo fencing project that some of you have seen. We're now on the one in Dubois, Senator Salazar, but we've done that throughout the state. Mitigation, again, another one of the things that we've been asked to do by the legislature, and then now invasive annual grasses. Our funding is 100% pass-through to local government, NGOs, state and federal agencies, and hundreds of local enterprises. You look at what the program affects, it isn't just landowners out there that are doing the right thing, but we also have contractors. There are numerous contractors throughout the state, be they a dirt mover or a fence contractor or others that rely on this funding. Materials, ask our people to buy materials locally. So they buy them at Shively Hardware in Saratoga. They don't go outsource them down to Denver or somewhere else. Engineering, design, all of those components, which we do not pay for, still have to be paid for. We generate a match of about 5 to 1 still on every dollar we spend. So for every dollar we spend, there's 5 coming in from other sources. And that is undervaluing the in-kind that we get. We constantly have to tell people, you're working on this, but you're not valuing your time. So the actual impact over the last 20 years is well over $1 billion direct on the ground. We're very proud of that, and I would tell you that we have over 150 different partners that we work with. We pride ourselves on being lean, mean, and able to act quickly, and appreciate your support over the years and as we move into the future. So thank you for this opportunity. It's always a pleasure to be here, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Director. We appreciate you being here.
Happy
Yeah,
Yeah.
happy anniversary. There you go. Director Richards, we're again ahead of schedule. We have lunch coming up as scheduled next. How are we looking for Department of Ag as far as?
Mr. Chairman, we did contact them earlier this morning, and they've been kind enough to come over. I don't know if you can get all the way through before lunch, but I think you can. You may very well get through this agency. Then we have given notice to the Livestock Board that they will be shortly after lunch, and that would also mean that the discussion of the 4 pending bills would be expedited as well.
Don't anticipate a major battle over those 4 bills, but we can be prepared this way. So let's go ahead and move forward with the Department of Ag, and we'll get this going. Appropriations Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee. It's an honor to be able to speak with you today and present to you our plans for the next biennium, at least budgetarily. I'd like to start by just introducing who we have with us here today so you know who you're talking to. For those of you who don't know me, I think you all do, but if you don't, my name is Doug Miyamoto. I'm the Director of the Wyoming Department of Agriculture. To my left, I have our Deputy Director, that's Joe Budd. And then to my right, I have our Administrative Division Manager, Julie Cook. And then right there is Courtney Hines. She is the manager of the Wyoming State Fair. So that's who you're looking at. And Mr. Chairman, with your permission, just as a general overview of our budget plans for this upcoming biennium, this year it's fairly simple for us. For the Department of Agriculture, 4 of the 6 requests that you'll see this year are just TRP requests, and I think that you've been presented to about those already, so I won't bother going into those unless you'd like me to.
We have, and we'll have time at the end. If there's any members that want to look at any of those, they'll have an opportunity to do that. So please just gloss over those, and we'll get to the 2 that are not
Okay.
TRP.
Sounds very good. The remaining 2 are a couple of positions at the Wyoming State Fair. And with your permission, I suppose I can just start you there.
You know, if you wouldn't mind, this committee is new, a lot of us are. So if you would just give us an overview of your committee. We've read your materials, but just from your perspective and for the public's sake, what is it that the general responsibilities of your department are?
Happy to do that, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity. So the Department of Agriculture is a little bit different. Our scale is broad. We have a lot of responsibilities within the state. Some of those responsibilities would not be things that you might guess at first glance. So we do things like gas pumps, and we take water quality samples out of public swimming pools and that type of thing that might strike people as odd, but it does in some ways dovetail with the work that we do. The Department of Agriculture consists of 6 divisions. So we have a Natural Resources and Planning Division. As all of you are well aware, about half of the land mass of Wyoming is federally administered, and we have a priority that we try to advocate for agriculture in our dialogue with our federal partners and maintaining that multiple use doctrine and trying to preserve grazing rights on those federal acres and represent agriculture as we have those conversations about land use. So that's one of the roles that we fill in the Natural Resources and Policy Division. And then we also have a Technical Services Division. They do fertilizers, feeds, and they also do nursery stocks. They do a lot of work with pesticides as well, and so they're the ones that house, like our Animal Damage Management Board. A lot of you are familiar with the work of your local predator districts. And we have an Animal Damage Management Board that oversees a state contribution to those efforts. And so predator control, predator management is one of the roles that's undertaken by the Technical Services Division of the Department of Ag. They also do some pesticide education and certification for restricted use pesticides. So if you get an applicator's license for a restricted use pesticide, that's the Department of Ag that administers that exam. So that's one of the programs that's an example of a program. We also make sure that labels match the product that's inside a feed container. So if you're buying feeds of any kind at the feed store and it has a claim of crude protein sitting at 20%, and somebody calls and says, we don't think it's in there, we can go in there and stab that bag and send it to our lab and see if the product in that sack actually represents what's on the label. So that's an example of technical services. We have an administration division, obviously, as every agency does, that does personnel and does the IT, does all of the budgetary work that you see in front of you and manages the day-to-day operations of any agency. And then we have a consumer health services division, and they're the ones that do those samples for things like public pools, and we carry out the requirements of the Federal Meat Inspection Act as an example within the state of Wyoming. We have a state meat inspection program that is administered by that group. And then there's a lot of public health type of responsibilities that fall on the Department of Agriculture. And then we also have a state fair division of the department that is somewhat of an affiliate, as they run independently of me as the director of the Department of Ag. I sit on the State Fair Board, but don't have unilateral management of the State Fair, and that campus is up in Douglas, obviously, consists of about 135 acres, and hosts the State Fair annually, and also has quite a few event days that happen between just the fair event itself. The department it's a regulatory agency, but it's also an advocacy agency. My favorite part of the Department of Agriculture is being able to advocate on behalf of agriculture. And I always tell our folks that our main job is to keep farmers farming and keep ranchers ranching. And if we can get that done, then that is the primary goal of the Department of Ag. The rest of that is administrative support for trying to get that done. But happy to answer any questions that anybody has about the department generally before we begin.
Mr. Co-Chair, please.
Thank you, Director. Can you tell me how strong your relationship is with the School of Ag at UW, and kind of go over any type of relationships, working together, recruitment, anything like that?
Director? Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair. We have a very tight relationship. I'm assuming you're talking about the University of Wyoming College of Ag,
Correct.
Life Sciences and Natural Resources. So we have a partnership with that college, in that the dean of that college, Dr. Kelly Crane, he sits on the Board of Ag in an ex officio capacity. And likewise, I sit on the advisory board for his deanship over there at the college. So we kind of always know what's going on between one another. Just coincidentally, he and I were students together at the university 30 years ago, so that helps the relationship. Beyond that, we also have some statutory connections to that college through the Seed Lab, and then we also have a connection to them through the certification and training for pesticide applicators with the university. So that's an example of two projects in which we work closely together. They staff and run the Wyoming Seed Lab. We have pass-through funding that comes into our account, and then we allocate that funding to the university for the management, day-to-day work of the Seed Lab. Likewise, with pesticide training, they're the ones that host the workshops and try to prepare people who are going to take that exam for restricted use pesticide applications. The University of Wyoming hosts those classes, and then we, as a neutral and kind of clinical third party, proctor the exams and issue the restricted use pesticide applicator licenses. So I probably talk to somebody at the College of Ag once a week, I would imagine. I anticipate I'll see them later today.
Follow-up? Thanks. Vice Chairman Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to meet you, sir. I've
Nice
heard
to
your
meet you.
name. It's nice to put a face with a name.
Thank you.
Just for general information, to try to understand how things like the Wheat Commission, and I was surprised a couple of years ago to hear there was a dry bean commission. I see grading and shipment of potatoes, but I don't see sugar beets. I don't see barley products or crops that are grown here. Could you explain just briefly, how did we come up with these commissions? Why aren't there the ones that cover other crops? What do they do?
Director Miyamoto.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, all of those are examples of checkoff programs. Some of those are federally sponsored and came from federal legislation decades ago and were established that way for a lot of the major commodities, soybeans, corn, wheat. Those type of grains would be examples of federally supported checkoff programs. Others of those have been established within state statute, and the Dry Bean Commission would be an example of that. There are some other producer-facing assistance groups that kind of advocate for specialty crops and other commodity crops based on a voluntary basis, and that's kind of covered under what we would consider the Wyoming Crop Improvement Association. And so those are also user-generated, user-backed groups that can work on the things that checkoff programs typically do. So for those formal checkoff programs, what they're doing primarily is research for cultivar development. And so almost all of the ag research throughout history, or at least in the modern era, has been done by the United States. And we have exported a lot of that innovation over the years to other countries, but our land-grant university system and these producer-facing checkoff programs are largely responsible for a lot of the increases in efficiency of ag production over the last 100 years. And so that's primarily what those groups do, is they're working on, can we develop more drought-tolerant cultivars for whatever crop of interest they might be working on? And then how do we also advocate for that product and help sell it when it gets to market? So that's kind of a separation of what those groups do and why they exist.
Follow-up? Representative Alamand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm wondering what the Livestock Agriculture Committee has to do with the Wildlife Livestock Disease Research Program. Should that not be a duty of the state vet?
Director?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Alaman, that's a relic of an agreement with the Bighorn Sheep Domestic Sheep Interaction Working Group of years ago. When that was established, you really have three entities that all coordinate on the implementation of that plan, and that is the Wyoming Game and Fish, it's us at the Department of Ag, and it does include the state vet. We were chosen as kind of a neutral third party to hold that money as a pass-through entity for the research that that group would vote on. A lot of that funding did end up being with the state vet lab itself, and so I think there was an effort to create a degree of separation between who was holding the money and who was spending the money on the research that was authorized through that program at the time.
Follow-up, Representative Allemand.
Yes, sir. I understand that your certification of childcare facilities and public pool and spa, that is mainly for efficiencies. Is that correct?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Allemand, I'm not sure I can answer. That predates me as to, you know, the kind of the, I don't know, the idea that that would be the most efficient way to get that done. What I do know is this. A lot of the work that's done in the Consumer Health Services Division of the department has to do with sampling and checking for pathogens. And so it has to do with swabbing auger plates and seeing what grows in terms of bacteria and fungi and the rest of that stuff that would be undesirable in a public health setting. So because we already had staff that was deployed throughout the state in various counties, and they were looking at hygiene for, commercial food establishments as an example, or in meat plants, and had experience doing that type of field sampling, I think it bled over into other areas where we just needed to get some grab samples for, a hot tub. Or somebody wanted to go into a daycare facility and say, we want to make sure that also is hygienic and that the kitchen is clean and you guys know what to look for. So why don't you do that as well? I think it had to do with efficiencies of expertise that were deployed throughout the state at the time. That's an opinion.
One more question, please.
Please, Representative Allemand.
This is a tough one for me. Agriculture mediation service, and then standards for natural gas.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, we have a fuel quality program as well. And so typically, if you go to a gas station, I'll start with the gas question, then we can move on to, what was the other aspect of it?
Mediation.
Mediation. Okay, I can help with that too. But if you go to the gas pump, you'll see a Wyoming Department of Ag certification. There'll be a sticker on there. And so it started out as a weights and measures type of analysis that if you went and bought a gallon of gasoline, we would verify that you actually got a gallon out of that. And over time, a lot of state departments of ag throughout the United States started doing analysis of octane capacity as well. So somebody would call in and say, who do I complain to about not enough octane in the gasoline? I got some knocking or pinging going on in my engine. And they said, well, who regulates, consumer gas? And so that boiled down to, well, we check it for weights and measures, not necessarily fuel quality yet. And quite some time ago, several decades ago, it was the same type of bleed over that said, well, somebody's looking at the gas pump, you might as well get a grab sample while you're there and make sure that.
Pardon me for just a second, Director. Is that music outside or is somebody's phone going off? Okay, just want to make sure everybody's phones are turned off. We don't. Again, we're hearing music, so you must be doing great.
I thought it was just me, Mr. Chairman. I thought it was all coming down.
We're all hearing the music. All right. Thank you.
No, but I appreciate that, and I think that's how we got in the gas business. When it comes to the ag mediation program, that was put in place because there has been a lot of expensive lawsuits in the last several decades of fence line disputes that we thought could probably be mediated better than it could be litigated. And then there were a lot of split estate issues that arose during the boom of coal bed methane that, landowners were looking for some sort of representation or some kind of technical assistance in which they could enter into these negotiations with the company or with the companies on a more even footing. And then the third aspect and need for that program arises out of a lot of our federal partners. So there's a lot of federal programs that are designed to benefit agriculture that are included in your federal farm bill once every 6 years. And there are disputes that arise over program eligibility payments, as an example. A producer might have a contract to do a number of conservation practices, And for whatever reason, they don't exact the amount or the total that was obligated to them. Because of eligibility issues, the federal agency may say, well, this portion of your contract isn't valid. These types of disagreements arise all the time. And so we wanted somebody in place that was short of having to go to court, but then could also create a binding agreement between two disagreeing parties in this ag and natural resources space. And so that's how that program came to be.
Follow-up, Representative Alamand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One last for the second last.
They're clapping because
So
you said it was
do
your
you
last.
have attorneys that do the mediation? I would think that this would be more for the courts instead of agriculture.
Mr. Chairman, Representative, there's a certified mediation process where, you know, if you're a mediator, we provide the training and can certify you for that type of work, but it's short of lawyers, short of attorneys.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Since we've gotten into a line of questioning, I'll go ahead and ask a few too. Normally I do these at the end, but two things I'd like to hear from you on. The Rock Springs RMP, you stated that your agency is supposed to advocate for agriculture. Agriculture really was under the pressure during the Biden administration in that Rock Springs RMP. Can you just walk us through what your agency did during that RMP, the hearings and what was going on there, so we can have an idea how you're advocating for this industry?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate the question. We have a staff back there that we have two policy analysts that have that work in that shop. And what they do is they scour the Federal Register every day and they're looking for federal proposals or federal actions that could have impact on our ag producers. Obviously, the Rock Springs RMP was one of those. We routinely submit comments on resource management plans, allotment management plans, and forest revision plans. In fact, Deputy Director Budd used to fill that role years ago as a policy analyst at the Department of Ag. The instructions or the guidance, I suppose, that I try to provide to the policy analysts that come into the Department of Ag is that it's your job to know the federal regulations and implementation better than they do. And at that point, we can, with confidence and with some level of sophistication, comment on a lot of these federal proposals and hope to impact change. The biggest thing with the Rock Springs RMP from the Wyoming Department of Agriculture standpoint, and the aspect of that plan that we concentrated on the most, was a change in policy or a proposed one where conservation would be seen as a use. Because we are used to submitting comments in support of the multiple use doctrine that is supposed to be a core tenet of developing all of these plans. That's the aspect that we're used to saying, hey, you got to consider all of these different things, and livestock grazing is a bona fide multiple use of these landscapes, and we want to preserve that. Our Board of Agriculture has policy right now that says we don't want to support any net loss of federal grazing AUMs. We've gotten to a point now where I think if you took a look back in history, even 40 years ago, I would guess that we probably actually grazed somewhere around half the total AUMs that we did in 1985, as a for instance. The amount goes down. That seems to be a one-way valve. It only goes one way. We think the AUMs are out there, and our ag industry was built upon or was predicated on the availability of those AUMs. So that's an example of the kind of work that we try to do. When it came specifically to the Rock Springs RMP, the thing we were commenting on the most is we don't see preservation, setting aside of federal acres, as an actual use of those lands, and we don't think it's compliant with the multiple use doctrine that had been in place for many years. So those set-asides were something that we argued against because we think that establishment of more set-aside lands within these resource management plans only hurts agriculture. So that was our main point with the Rock Springs RMP, and we're encouraged by the direction that it's taking now.
So Director, you guys got a comment submitted to the federal government on that RMP when it first came out. Probably had an opportunity also on the follow-up later on because you'd submitted a comment early on. Did you make any effort to inform the public so that they could get involved? I know that one kind of blew up, but there's been other RMPs where the public it just kind of went by and nobody knew what was happening until it was too late. So do you have a mechanism to get the word out so that other ag producers, the University of Wyoming, everybody can get involved and put as many comments in there as possible? Do you have something along those lines?
Mr. Chairman, we do in a sense that we try to coordinate as closely as we can with our other counterpart agencies, state agencies that are impacted by whatever proposal might be out there. So we did meet frequently with all of our sister agencies within state government and with the governor's office during the development of overarching comments on behalf of all of us throughout that time, met multiple times. I would say the main vehicle that we use to try to get the word out as much as we can to our producers that are affected is we use our Board of Agriculture. We let them know what we're commenting and why. And if anybody has any questions in their districts around the state, to please just give us a call and we can talk through those. The other main avenue that we rely on heavily is our affiliates, our producer industry groups. So these ones I would be talking about the Wyoming Stock Growers Association, the Farm Bureau Federation of Wyoming, the Wyoming Wool Growers Association, other affiliates like that. We meet with them quite frequently and talk about the comments that are being developed and trying where we can to get in lockstep with the industry supporting groups and saying, you know, your membership is telling you this. Here's what our Board of Ag is telling us. Do our comments support each other? How can we bolster our efforts by combining thoughts?
So a two-way communication.
We strive for that.
Okay. Yeah, I can imagine that none of those other groups have the resources that you do with those two analysts.
Yep.
So putting those to good use for the state.
Yep.
We have so few voices, really, when outside forces can put in comments and affect the way we do business in Wyoming.
Right.
So thank you for that response. I appreciate that. The second thing I'd like to ask you about is state meat inspection. We had a lot of talk going on. We had a meeting in the middle of the state last year. So where are we at with state meat inspection? And are the state meat inspectors, are we losing those as people are having difficulty with state meat inspectors?
Mr. Chairman, we're not losing state meat inspection or the facilities associated with it. During the pandemic, we did have a $10 million pot of funds, and that was authorized under the CARES Act and really to the compliments of my boss, Governor Gordon had given us an allocation of $10 million to try to help meat processors in Wyoming. And that was designed to allow them to transition up the chain, so to speak. So if they were a state inspected facility before and wanted to become a federal inspected facility, we would help them do that with this funding if they lacked the space or the infrastructure to be eligible for federal inspection. That's how that money was designed. Wyoming is one of 27 states that has a state meat inspection program. Now, I've had many conversations with my counterparts about what they're hearing from the people in their states and how they're administering their programs. And I would say that a lot of the issues that arise in the state of Wyoming are common to a lot of the other states that have state meat inspection programs as well. We as a department feel kind of like it's a great program and we're happy to be able to offer it, but we also feel somewhat conflicted on these programs because there's a lot of federal statutes that we have an obligation to carry out in the state of Wyoming as part of this agreement that we're going to do. And we may not agree with all of the provisions of those things. And so we're in a situation where we have an obligation to carry out all of the provisions of those acts, but, you know, in some ways, we may feel like there could be improvements to that act that could better benefit our processors here in the state of Wyoming. One example of that is I have always felt very strongly, and I believe that my predecessors have also felt strongly, that there shouldn't be a restriction on the processing of meat in the state of Wyoming, if it's got a stamp saying that it was inspected, I don't know why we can't sell that product outside the boundaries of the state of Wyoming. When we import meat from other countries, they're basically agreeing to the same provisions that we do as a Department of Ag in saying that we're going to provide an equal to level of inspection as does the federal government. And those countries that are exporting meat into the United States have to meet that equal to provision, and then they can sell that meat anywhere in the United States. We agree to that equal to provision of the Federal Meat Inspection Act, and we can't sell outside the state of Wyoming. I've never understood it, but it's one of those provisions of the act that, to me, doesn't make any common sense. I'm still obligated to carry it out. We're trying to do more information and outreach on what's actually contained in the federal regulations when it comes to meat. It's extraordinarily complex, and it's been really the challenge of my career to try to explain all of the intricacies of these federal acts and why it is we do what we do. In talking with my counterparts from around the nation when it comes to administering the state meat inspection programs, it used to be years ago that USDA wouldn't send out a federal inspector if you were doing less than a set amount of slaughter per week in any given facility, and none of our local processors were doing that kind of volume. So it was requested of the Department of Ag, hey, you guys at least legally can provide some level of inspection, so at least we could open up some meat plants and get them going. When I started in 2015, we didn't have any federal meat inspection facilities in the state of Wyoming. And today we're sitting at about 13 or 14. So I think the program is effective. We still have 6 facilities that prefer or are still enrolled in state inspection as well, depending on their planned market. So I think that it's going as well as it could, but I do wish there were some changes that we could follow through that need to happen at the federal level.
Okay, Co-Chairman?
So Director, let me talk, or I'd like to hear about a couple things regarding the Food Freedom Act, the potential of the Federal Prime Act. I guess my first question is, have you heard anything with regard to, are we any closer to passing that Federal Prime Act? Obviously, we've passed it statewide here, so we're prepared for that. Secondly, we have local producers selling at farmers markets, and you have spot inspections. Do you feel good about the uniform inspection standards that are occurring, whether it's in Riverton or Sheraton, that those standards are pretty much equal regardless of the location? I know in the past there were questions, well, I'm being inspected on this issue in Riverton, but in Sheridan or some other part of the state, that hasn't been an issue. Can you talk to me about that?
Director?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Co-Chairman, to start with on the Prime Act, I know it's been introduced in the Congress, but it has been before. Beyond that, I don't really know what the likelihood is. I don't know I don't know what the conversations are. As I understand it, most of the conversations or opposition to these types of acts have to do with import and export requirements and federal or international trade agreements for ag products. That's what I've been told. But so I think, it's got as good a chance to pass this time as it has before, maybe better. I hear more about it now than I used to, so that may be an indication. When it comes to standards enforcement and trying to provide consistency across locations in the state of Wyoming, that's something that we've been focusing on recently and making sure we're getting our inspectors together and trying to have, common meetings a couple times a year to talk about how we're doing those inspections. And then we've also implemented a system where we have lead inspectors for different aspects of food safety inspection, so that it's kind of a train the trainer type scenario to try to increase the the consistency of how we're working.
So if any of these local producers do have a question, obviously they'll have the ability to contact your office and ask the consistency in a particular location then.
Vice Chairman, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Director.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. In addition to that, one other effort that we've taken that I would bring to your attention is recently we've began to serve on the board of the Wyoming Food Coalition. So that's a group that talks about these issues and is in place to do that. And we've always tried to provide them technical assistance, but we're more involved today than we used to be. And so we said, let us sit in on your policy discussions and maybe we can help bring some understanding to why things are the way they are. And so we have done that in addition, just to try to help.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, thank you for that, because what that does is help these folks navigate through the process of actually being able to do that. And you're a positive resource in that regard, so thank you.
Happy to do it.
Vice Chairman Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of multiple instances in the last few years of packing plants changing hands, and they'd been operating for a number of years, and as soon as they change hands, you folks have placed numerous requirements or shut them down. Are you treating transfers different than day to day? And if you are, why? It appears to me, back to you just talked about consistency. Some of these plants have been operating for decades or more, and immediately on transfer, they get shut down. And it really leaves for tough business for new guys that just came in, assuming they're going to be able to run under the same rules. Can you elaborate a little more on that for me?
Director Miyamoto.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Senator, we have had those issues in the past where, the licensure for operation attaches to the person, not the facility. And so there are some times when in federal statutes, there's been authorities for exemption with the original facility, but when that license doesn't transfer to a new owner, the exemptions may or may not travel with them. So upon change of ownership, what we've tried to do is work closely with the new buyer and saying, let us do a plan review packet with you before you commit to this resource and let you know, the checklist of what we see as being deficient before the transfer happens. We tried to do that as upfront as we can. Recently, some of those have happened without our knowledge. And that's typically where we run into controversy, where we're like, well, things aren't the same as they once were. And every year we get updates to the federal provisions that might be new and require us to change the way we're going about our business. So is it a perfect scenario? It isn't. We're trying to provide as much upfront information as we can so that we can avoid a lot of these perceived inconsistencies, and in some cases, real inconsistencies with the way it was regulated and the way it is regulated.
Follow-up?
So do the feds go under the federal inspection, they go under a different deal? Because I'm seeing a trend of guys that come in, and we've got primacy, obviously, with where you have, they're doing USDA plants instead of state inspected plants. What are we doing to make sure? Because to me, the preferred route, if we have primacy, should be to have a state inspected plant, not a USDA plant. And I'm seeing a trend just the opposite. And what do we do to fix that? And do they have to follow those same rules on transfer as we're doing to our people on our plants?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, there is a trend from state to federal inspection. That's primarily due to the fact that there's more flexibility with the federal stamp on the carcass as compared to a state one. Put a state stamp on it, it's restricted to in-state sales. A lot of people today want to do online sales. They want to be able to sell that wherever they can push the product. And so we encourage people, if you have a choice and considering equal resource, I'm going to push you towards federal inspection. It's a better deal for you. The reality of the situation is that up until very recently, we have not been able to get federal inspectors to the state of Wyoming, and people were kind of stuck with state inspection or nothing. And so the reality is the federal and state inspectors are all supposed to be enforcing the same provisions. The trouble that I've run into is that we as a state inspection program get audited by the Enforcement and Compliance Division of USDA, and they're coming in this year, as a matter of fact, and they want to audit all of our records, and they want to audit our plants, and they want to follow us around and see what we're doing on our inspection. And then we get a write-up of improvements that we have to make or adjustments that we have to make in our inspection regime. And what I'm told by my inspectors are that they're very precise on us, very specific on how we're supposed to be doing this, but they don't have that same program for federal inspectors. So USDA doesn't audit itself. They send an inspector out that has some level of training. They're certified as a meat inspector, but they're not checking their own records. They're taking to heart that federal inspector is doing the job the way that they trained them, and that's what I'm told.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Director Miyamoto. I really appreciate that a lot. Probably first question is, do the state plants and federal plants all line up perfectly? And if they do, you can slap me alongside the head, everybody, this going back to feds, should we be looking at a program that we just phase out our state program and go to feds and save the money on the inspector end of it? Because if you're saying the feds give a lot more flexibility, they're a wider deal, what's the justification for us to keep our primacy and spend a lot of money on inspectors if the feds is just as good and does the same thing and gives a lot more flexibility?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, I would not say that would be a good idea, and here's why. Equal to is not the same as. So there's two different standards. If you want to be a federally inspected facility and you want to get a USDA stamp on that carcass that allows you to sell that anywhere in the United States or sell that in any country that we have a trade agreement with, it's got to have that USDA bug on it. That's the advantage of federal inspection. That requires you to have the facility requirements that USDA does. You have to run the software that USDA does. You have to do the inspection process in the order and in the exact same way that a federal inspector does. That's the only way you can get that stamp. The state program isn't set up that way. While generally we have to provide the same level of safety inspection, meaning that the quality, wholesomeness of the product coming out the back door of that facility, we have to assure that it is as clean as federally inspected. We only have to achieve an equal to standard. So, as an example, if you build a federal plant, you have to build an office and bathroom facility for your federal inspector. That's not the case for a state inspected facility. We don't have to use their software. Our inspection regime isn't the same as the federal one. And so we have processors that prefer the state inspection process because it's more efficient for them, and they're not looking to, they have all the business that they can handle right now and aren't looking to go across state lines or to other countries or wider than what they're currently doing. So I think there's an advantage to having both of those options available.
Follow-up?
Mr. Chairman, probably just last, what's the total cost of our inspection system across the board? The inspectors, the admin, everything top to bottom, what's it cost us to inspect and keep these plants up and going? And who pays the bill? Are the plants paying for it, or where are we pulling it from?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, we get a cost share from USDA to implement that program because at the end of the day, we are still implementing a federal standard with our state meat inspection program, so we do get cost share for that. I'm looking at, we get a 50% cost share. Do you have a total, Julie?
Not for the meat program.
We don't have our meat program segmented out with us today, but that's something that we can provide. in terms of cost.
All right, so if we could get that information the next week, that'd be something you could do for us. Great. Senator Larson?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Thank you for being here. I guess I have some questions on, I'll get to some here in a bit on cost allocation. I'm guessing Director Hibbard will talk to us about that also. But can you explain the Beef Council? And I see you have 2 state employees in there. And can you just describe that program?
Director?
And also, it's my understanding half of those dollars go directly to the federal organization on that. Is that correct?
Director?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Senator, the Beef Council is one of those groups that it was authorized many decades ago at the federal level. And so that dollar per head is the checkoff for the Beef Council. The Wyoming Beef Council works, obviously within the state of Wyoming to try to advocate for beef producers and promote beef products. Primarily, just to increase consumer demand for beef. And so that's a checkoff program that is quite old. That is one that originates at the federal level, and that's why you see most of those dollars being dedicated to federal efforts. The Wyoming Beef Council cannot advocate for Wyoming beef at a higher degree than they can any other beef products. They're paying into a system with all the other states to say, we're trying to collectively increase consumer demand for beef worldwide. And so that's what primarily the Beef Council is involved in doing. So they'll tout health benefits, protein content, healthy alternatives for cooking that product, and promote beef locally and everywhere else with the dollars that they collect.
Follow?
And you do have 2 state employees that work on that program.
Director?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. Ann Whitman is the executive director of the Wyoming Beef Council, and then she has one person that does the administrative work and operations also with the Beef Council. But technically speaking, they're both employees of the Department of Ag as an affiliate. Yeah.
Okay,
Follow? Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, I got quite a few, I guess. Going to the leaf cutter bees, I see you don't designate an employee there. Is there one there that does some service for the leaf cutter bees?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, that aspect of inspection is folded in with other pesticide inspection and technical services inspectors' duties. So they will sample those, but there's not one person that just does leaf cutter bees. They do a lot of other inspection duties. Leaf cutter bees happens to be one of them.
Senator?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, thank you. And that's kind of what I understood. They spend 1/10 of their time or 20th or something in that.
Correct.
So there's, and I've discussed quite a bit of cost allocation with Director Hibbard and with your agency, and the big increase that happened probably in the last biennium, and it affects these grower groups. Take, for instance, the dry beans. I just kind of to alert the committee, I just have a big issue that we're collecting these fees for, like, take, for instance, the dry bean commission, and they're taking 5% of what they bring in. And obviously, it's quite a bit of money for them. It's going to be $19,000, that they could use for other instances. So I don't know where to go with this, but the intent was to take those dollars and be able to use them for research and such. So I don't know what to ask the director or Hibbard or Director of Ag here, how we can try to work on this stuff. I don't know. It's a policy question for the group.
Director Miyamoto?
Yeah, and Mr. Chairman, from my perspective, this has been a difficult one for us as an agency because once again, we feel like we're walking a tightrope here where we certainly want to carry out the initiatives of the administration and my boss and the budget office and understand that there's a cost of doing business. But any of you that are familiar with agriculture also know that our affiliate representatives are not going to sit idly by when they get sticker shock like that. And so it's one of these things where we get informed, hey, what are you doing with our bill? And we try to explain it. We have gone to lengths to try to provide some technical assistance or insight on the cost allocation formulas, and have brought some folks in to visit with Director Hibbard to try to explain that cost allocation formula. But it's one of those where we really need to be one we're going to do what we're told. I think at the end of the day, when it comes to these administrative tasks, we've been trying to explain to all of our groups, listen, understand that creates difficulty for you, but this is what we need to be doing, and then we'll try to provide you with as much as the technical information behind the decision as we can, and put you in the room with the right people to be able to explain how that works. But beyond that, it's one of those where we're just trying to survive.
Director Hibbard, would you like to opine?
Mr. Chairman, yes. The overall statewide cost allocation of the department is less than 1%, less than 1%. We made a decision a couple years ago that, for example, we're going to reorganize human resources, and we consolidated that. And in that consolidation, we cost allocated it. So when you see an impact from consolidation of HR, that rolls through the organization's position count. If there's a call into the AG's office, that hour that AG works no different than any other attorney, any other client business that's hourly based. That follows that funding stream. Yes, we do have a cost allocation for the leaf cutter B of $474 for the upcoming biennium. We have a cost allocation for the grain warehouse of $400 for the upcoming biennium. The most significant area of the cost allocation would be in the consumer health services, and a large portion of that is borne by the federal government. We are an open book when it comes to the statewide cost allocation. Anybody can come in anytime that they'd like. They'd be happy to sit down with them and show them the dynamics behind the statewide cost allocation. The fact of the matter remains is that every decision that the legislature makes has a propensity to have an outcome associated with the delivery of the statewide cost allocation. If you give this money, then that shared service organization, then most likely that's going to be borne through the statewide cost allocation. What's the opportunity? Well, the first opportunity that I'd like to do is I'd like to get grants for agriculture in Wyoming. I would like to get lots of grants for the agriculture in Wyoming. Because every federal dollar that you get, because you've heard me say that the amount of administrative cost is finite. It does not grow. It has to be the exact amount for the agency. So if we have more federal grants, then that burden on all the other special revenue sources becomes de minimis. That'd be the first effort, is find those grants. And I think that the Department of Ag and across the expanse, not only just for the Department of Ag, but for the local governments and all the constituents out there. Do you think I can overcome $474 for the leaf cutter B with a grant? I'm sure that we can make these de minimis. So our focus should be on that, and I'm happy to work on that. I'm happy to get with the Department of Agriculture, and we will go after federal grants, because that's one area that we can have a natural impact on it. As far as this, Mr. Chairman, I don't know that I enjoy doing statewide cost allocation. I think that it's a necessary evil, But we have to recover those administrative costs, and this is how we do it. And you know that I'm focused on the federal dollar. You know that to be true. So we do everything we can, and we want to help. And certainly, if there's any questions, just come over to the State Budget Department, which they have done. Sit down with me. We'll open the hood of the car. You can look in at the engine. You can see all the moving parts, and then we can represent that. The biggest obstacle that I have, Mr. Chairman, is there is absolutely no picking of winners and losers from the State Budget Department's implementation of statewide cost allocation. Absolutely none. If I ever played a favor in this, then I should be removed from this job. That's just a clear statement. We don't do that. We have to make sure that, and we have to be able to test all comers if they want to have a conversation about the calculations, and we're willing to do that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I do believe at some point in time, you know, the State Budget Department, we have a request in our budget to automate the statewide cost allocation. Really what that is to make it visible, show you how you can go in and dive in and click and discover. That's in our budget request. And I do believe that when that gets implemented, which if it's approved by the legislature, I don't have any expectation other than trying to get that rolled out in the summer so that we can have maybe an interim topic late next year or early in the following year. But I do believe that ultimately with the implementation of the statewide cost allocation request, is going to lead to a conversation with the Joint Appropriations Committee so that we can click and dive into all of this in a really quick fashion so that we can bring what is necessary to have everybody comfortable with this. So, Mr. Chairman, I'm certainly ready and willing to do whatever is necessary to help out.
Okay. Follow up?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry to keep
No
beating
apology
on
necessary,
this.
Senator. This is your line of questioning.
You know,
Please
we're,
proceed.
another one, Mr. Chairman, thank you. The highway weed and pest allocation there is $44,000. And that's just going to spray weeds on our highways. So it's kind of, it just baffles me that we're gonna take $44,000 and not go spray weeds. So I don't understand how we're, you know, that's a statewide thing that has to be done. So I'm just asking that question.
Mr. Chairman, that example is ripe for a conversation. Highway weed and pest. We have highway funds. We have a source of revenue that is associated directly with that. And there isn't any reason why that particular item shouldn't just translate over to this highway fund. If there's a cost associated with that for the Department of Agriculture and in the beneficiary of is receiving goods and services, there shouldn't be any reason why that shouldn't just be translated over to that beneficiary. That's what the statewide cost allocation does. So that's a good example of moving towards a deeper conversation about how we get this all understood and recognized and take advantage of things where we can.
Senator?
Mr. Chairman, maybe I could work with Director Hibbert a little bit more on some of this. I don't know. Those dollars actually come from the Highway Department to the Department of Ag. So it's very confusing.
Director?
Mr. Chairman, that's a ripe example. And Mr. Chairman, the last thing I'll say is that you've heard me say, let's leverage the federal funds. Let's go after the federal grant, not only just for the Department of Ag, but for the constituents of Wyoming. That's where we want to go. But when it comes down to shares of the other fund that is in the statewide cost allocation, the Department of Agriculture pays, we bill, they pay, that's the end of the story. But the real thing is that if you look at the total amount that's out there for the statewide cost allocation, because it's finite, we can't bill the feds or share in the statewide cost allocation in a single dollar that is greater than the true allocable allowable costs. Can't do it, won't do it. It has to be fair. We don't bill the Department of Health to cover Department of Agriculture statewide cost allocation. It's just part of the rule set. But if you can bring in a federal grant, that tips the scales. And if we can tip the scales hard enough, then all these things become very de minimis. That's the target that I'd like to focus on.
All right. Further questions? Representative Harrelson.
Thank you. I figure since we have the bus wheels off, I'm just going to keep on going. So,
Okay.
Director, thank you for being here. I kind of want to look at predator control funding and have a conversation on it. There's no obviously exception request, but just kind of dive in that. The first would be, I understand it's in two different positions, page 58 and page 113. But on page 58, as we're looking at the concept, I guess it'd be 56, 57, but the M44 devices. Talk to me, because when I was a kid, man, we put a hurting on coyotes in this country. And now that I don't have any time to help put a hurting on coyotes in this country, I'm seeing that I don't think we're doing what we were. And I know that maybe a part of that's the M44 not being used like it was. Can you talk about what options we're seeing in our predator management besides just bounties and traditional hunting? I know we've got 19 different county predator individuals, but can you talk a little bit about predominantly coyote control, predator control in the state and what we're doing to help kind of mitigate some of what's going on with our agricultural side as well as our wild game side?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, be happy to do that. I think that this body, you as a legislature, have created one of the finest predator programs in the United States through the establishment of the Animal Damage Management Board and the work that they do. What we do primarily with that money is we partner with the federal entity, which is APHIS, USDA APHIS Wildlife Services. It's an agency primarily responsible for animal damage management issues nationwide. But we have a lot more resource to partner with them than most other states do. We're a big sheep producing state, and so that the impacts are keenly felt here in the state of Wyoming. And what we've done over a number of years, there's been some inconsistency in the amount available to those 19 predator districts over the years based on budget requirements as a department and as a state trying to meet budget demands. And so that program has gone through some fits and starts in trying to maintain consistent control of those coyotes. But I would say this, the M44 program in particular is one that is not as widely used as it once was. There's an increased sensitivity to both deployment of M44s and there's not as much trapping, quite frankly, that goes on today as there once was. We have become a lot more sophisticated in protecting livestock resources and wildlife resources in our predator programs over the years. And we've done a lot of science with our partners at the Game and Fish and with other universities in saying, what is the most effective deployment of our funds to try to get a handle on losses? And so what we found out over the years is that you have to be a lot more strategic about removal of coyotes in particular than just removing every one of them that you see. If you have coyotes that are in a general area, but they're not predating on livestock, and they're not hurting the deer fawn populations in that area, you're probably best leave them alone because they're feeding on rabbits or other feed sources that are not impacting your objective. If you replace them with other coyotes that do have a propensity to get into livestock or have a propensity to really damage your fawning success, now you've got something to go after. And so I'd like to think with this predator program, what we've been able to do over the years is refine the approach, use science, and then talking amongst our various predator boards around the state and saying, what's the smart way to do this job? And can we do it more effectively? So I think you see a lot more sophisticated approach today than you did 30 years ago. we strategically use fixed-wing aircraft and helicopters in areas where we're seeing big impacts on agriculture, and I think that has also had quite a bit of benefit for wildlife as well. But in every aspect, we're involving our federal counterparts, talking with other states and trying to manage those areas, not on political boundaries, but on areas of impact more than just as a county or just as a state. We have a lot more collaboration amongst the predator boards today than we once did as well. So that's kind of the philosophy behind our current day Animal Damage Management Board program, is to try to get more cooperation across political lines, more cooperation with our federal counterparts, and more support from the science, from the university side of the equation, all feeding into hopefully better decisions and more efficient use of money. So it's incredibly expensive to run an effective predator control program.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, follow up, and thank you, Director, for that. County trappers, you said is less. What do we have? How many county trappers are out there, and are they funded through you guys or through the counties?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, primarily the trappers are USDA, APHIS, Wildlife Services employees, and then they're deployed to other counties. There are instances where the Predator Management Board themselves have contracts with non-federal trappers as well, but that's not very common. Most of them are federal employees, and most predator boards have 1 or 2 trappers. That's fairly standard. Some of those trappers work amongst 3 different counties, 2 or 3 different counties. They're not dedicated to just one, but there are not very many dedicated trappers that are on contract with an individual county and not affiliated federally. There'd be a handful of those, not more than that.
Okay. Other questions on this section? All right. We've covered a lot of general stuff already, so let's go ahead and get back to the exception requests.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if I can direct your attention to page 93. What we have here are 2 exception budget requests from the Wyoming State Fair. These are for 2 positions. So this would be an ongoing request. The first one of those, again, starting on page 93, and then the total is tallied on page 95. This is for a senior building and grounds specialist at the State Fair. That's a total request ongoing of $168,326.
Okay. We may want to have Ms. Hines come forward, but are there any questions about these positions? None at all. Representative Haroldson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So one of the, I guess, because obviously the state fairgrounds are represented underneath this department, I wouldn't mind if we could have just a little bit of an overview. I know that you've been in this position for a couple of years now, and I've been able to watch a little bit of that transition and shift that you've brought into that position. Can you give us maybe just an overview of what your guys' vision is there, and then from there go into actually talking about some of these positions, these FTEs that you're requesting, to give us a scope of the need and why you're bringing these requests.
Speaker Pro Tem Haroldson, was that for Miyamoto, Director Miyamoto, all for Ms. Hines?
Yep.
Ms. Hines?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative Haroldson. The Wyoming State Fair is 120 years old, consists of 137 acres, 60 structures, and over 565,000 square feet of buildings. We're comprised of a team of 4 operations team members currently that are full-time. Outside of the State Fair, they oversee about 470 event days a year, close to 10,000 RV nights a year, and then multiple setup and tear down days as well. And so as we try to prioritize extending the useful lifespan of our buildings, the oldest of which that we use on a daily basis is from 1913, we want to make sure that we're doing the very best that we can to be good stewards of state property and, of course, represent the state in the best way possible as we work on the State Fair annually. Outside of that, serving as the host of these 470 event days, we serve as a home for many, many, many events. Some of these come from outside of the area, some of these are from Wyoming specifically. We also serve for things like funerals, weddings, community gatherings. And so the better that we can put our best foot forward when it comes to customer service, that's really what we're looking to do. We want to expand our ability to serve Wyoming and beyond, but also have a significant economic impact.
Follow-up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that. And I know there's week-long camps and it's beyond just, I think a lot of people think, well, State Fair is in August and it's a week and that's what we use State Fairgrounds for. That's not the case, and thanks for explaining that. Let me ask this question. Talk to me about, you said you had 4 full-times. Can you talk to me about AWACS and how many part-times you have throughout your busy season? And then I'll have another question.
Ms. Hines?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, between our budgets 0801 and 0803, we're coded to have up to 4 temporary seasonal employees. Those are coded at $10 an hour, and so we tend to plan on having 3 for $13 an hour. We have struggled to get strong folks into those roles. This year has been our best year in several years. We've had 2 individuals that have been with us for several months at that $13 an hour rate.
Follow-up. Thank you. And then the next question that I would have is those 4 FTEs that you currently hold, what number of hours are they currently working? Like, give us just a little bit of a perspective. Is it a situation where their health is what's failing, or are the buildings failing type of deal?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, yes, both. So right now, we're averaging, with my position, I am OT exempt. And so we lean on my position and then essentially what would be our deputy director within the organization that is also an exempt role to put in as much additional time as we're able to be a cost savings to the state. A few years back, I believe it was 2020, our operations director, he became non-exempt. And so that has been something that at least we've got good data on that traceability, and I can get you exact amounts of overtime that our entire team of those 4 operations folks have worked this year. But on average, I would say that I'm putting in on average between 50 and 60 hours a week. I try to track all that I can, but some of it is call-in, some of it's middle of the night. We have alarm systems that are failing. We've just got our hands full. And then our operations director is averaging about 50 to 60 hours a week as well.
Follow-up?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. If you could get us a report, kind of give us that snapshot, and I understand maybe everything hasn't been tracked, but if we could have trackable data, we'd really appreciate that as we look at the perspective on these 2 positions.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, Representative, we will do that. And the only areas that will have a little bit more lackadaisical would be my role and our other exempt role. Everything else is very specifically coded.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Other questions? Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for being here, Director. So in talking about just how everybody is a little taxed on time, and there was an exception request that came through for $2 million for biometrics for a concrete floor, but also for potential hockey. How is that going to stress your staff? I mean, is there an MOU with the county on that? Or, I mean, how is that going to work?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, excellent question. So if you're not particularly familiar with the State Fairgrounds, we have a 50,000 square foot building that every year we actually tear down from the State Fair, set up for the annual Ram Sale, tear it back down, and then set up for youth hockey. It is a dirt floor building and it is incredibly labor intensive. If we are able to do the concrete floor project, it would help us to maximize our efficiencies and save several weeks of both setup and tear down time as we prep that building. So it would be hopefully a cost savings and a time savings, but then also develop a better, stronger relationship with Douglas Youth Hockey that is already a long-term renter as well. And we do have an annual agreement with them.
Follow-up? Follow-up? Or actually, Speaker Pro Tem?
I do have a follow-up on that.
Okay.
Thank you very much,
Pro Tem Harrelson.
Mr. Chairman. Sorry, I'm back on this overtime concept. So in that period of time, you have a quick turnaround as you're doing State Fair, Ram Sale, and then obviously not terribly quick because August to cold enough to freeze ice is a ways away. But is that, again, with your staff, are you able to handle that in the 9 to 5 weekly, or is it a deal where you are paying overtime to make those turnarounds reality?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, thank you for that question. So for timelines, we wrap up the fair the third week of August, and then we go into the Ram sale, which tends to take place in early September. Youth hockey takes possession October 1st. And so as soon as we get done with fair, we immediately start flipping the show center building. And it actually relates to the Ford Pavilion doesn't get cleaned up until after youth hockey takes possession. So we're having to neglect simultaneously other events that are taking place on our grounds, the ability to fully clean up from State Fair just to minimize the amount of overtime. And we're still having to put in overtime. That's including our seasonal employees and temporary staff as well that comes in on a contract basis. So it is truly all hands on deck, and we're still scrambling to get it done.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, one more, I'm going to bring us right up to noon here on this. Never mind, we're already past it. So the temporary floor that you're bringing in on your gravel or on your dirt floor for the hockey, is that owned by the state? Is that leased by the state, or is that leased by the hockey club? And so as we look at this other, and I know we're going into CapCon here and capital construction, but as we're looking at putting potential floor down that would have that cooling grid inside of it for the hockey arena, obviously we are then the ones that are in charge of that system. Would we be in charge of the cooling system, or do they bring their own cooling system and then hook into our floor? Can you explain that a little bit to me?
Mr. Chairman, the representative, the way that it currently works is that the youth hockey club actually owns their flooring that they come in and put in. They would maintain and own the external components of the system that we would be putting in. So what the state would own is the cooling coils themselves. And so that's why we have a fairly affordable rate of a $2 million estimated project, because we would only be taking on the liability and the maintenance of the cooling coils themselves.
All right, further questions? Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I don't know if this was asked already. Are you going to get us some overtime numbers for your staff? Yeah.
Yes.
We
Mr.
kinda need
Chairman,
that.
Senator, yes, we will do that in the next few days.
All right, I'd like some additional information as well. You'd mentioned funerals, weddings, those types of things. Those would be local events, I would assume. And so Representative Angelos had brought up MOUs. You have the hockey team as well. Just looking for cost share opportunities. What percentage of your business is, these local events versus statewide events, and whether or not you've conducted any research into whether the county would like to participate in some of these efforts that you're trying to do?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we will be adding our Placer AI data, which will show you the different zip codes that we serve. We do predominantly serve within a 50-mile area, is the lion's share of our user groups. And the county and the city have both contributed up to $750,000 for the show center project, if that gets over the finish line as well.
Okay, so the county is contributing in some capital construction or long-term major maintenance, that type of thing, but I'm not sure if it's even possible to have them have employees there. Is that even a possibility?
Mr. Chairman, from what I've looked into, where we fall into some additional liability as the state is if we have a state employee supervising a county employee. So what the county has opted to do the last few years is to give us a portion of funds that we're able to utilize in-kind maintenance. So we work with the county on essentially a daily basis where they're helping assist us with maximizing our efficiencies. But currently there hasn't been a huge appetite from them to be able to fund full-time positions.
Okay, all right. Representative Angelos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Having a little experience with funerals and weddings at a church, I'm curious, is there a fee that you guys are assessing? I mean, you obviously have to run lights and sound and clean up, so is there a fee?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, yes, our events do have fees. We are currently working with an ad hoc committee of our board of directors to go back through those fee structures. And we've also run net profitability and loss for the majority of our events, so we understand where our break-even point is. We want to make sure that we are a service to the state of Wyoming, but that we're not losing money when we're doing those additional events.
Okay. Further questions? Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again. So I'm hearing that the city kind of uses the facility and the county uses it. Are they giving annual dollars to help do that? And can you give us a breakdown on how much they use compared to statewide use?
Certainly, Mr. Chairman, Senator. What we would need to look at is both the zip codes of the actual user groups, but then the city and the county as entities. So the city of Douglas and Commerce County, they are both contributing, both in kind and financially, to the state fair on an annual basis. And the in-kind support from both the city and the county is astounding. It helps us tremendously with our efficiencies, with access to equipment that we do not have, and being able to make sure that we're best serving all of the events, both within the state of Wyoming, Commerce County, city of Douglas, and beyond.
Go ahead, Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm guessing you'll give us some dollar figures.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Senator, we will provide those.
Okay. Any further questions, comments on State Fair? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Director, we'll go back to you. Is there anything additional that you'd like to share with us? Or are we done with the exceptions?
Just generally appreciate the consideration, appreciate your time. Just wanted to inform the legislature in general and all of you, and all of your committees, that we've got a Cowboy State Agricultural Initiative going on right now. We're trying to take a broad look at how we as a state can better serve the ag community and see if there's some innovative ideas that we can develop to further agriculture in Wyoming. I'm really excited about it. This is an idea of my boss's. This is Governor Gordon's initiative on agriculture, and it does provide another example of a partnering opportunity with the University of Wyoming as well. And so we're working hard on that. We have met with that group several times now. We've got an initial plan, and we've got a questionnaire that's out for public comment right now, trying to see what our guys that are involved in production agriculture think could best help them. So that's something that we're working on really hard right now. We're excited about that. And again, Mr. Chairman, just appreciate the time, opportunity to present to you today.
All right, thank you. Any broad general questions? Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, not a question. Hopefully I can
Please.
keep commenting.
Yes.
I do worry. I'm just going to bring up dry beans again. And all those entities, the Wheat Commission, I think some of these can ask for refunds when the farmers get charged for these dollars. And when they see that they're funding government, I don't think they get very excited that we may lose more of those farmers contributing to those funds.
Okay. All right. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being with us today and the way that you're advocating for our ag producers. I think Wyoming meat tastes way better because we have happier cows than other people do. So just that. So this is maybe a question for Director Hibbard in terms of looking at our tables and how they relate to the units. So I'm going to pick on hemp production, but that's not a reflection of any of your performance by any means. I'm asking these questions through the lens of a constituent. So if I opened up this section and said, this is how much it costs us to provide hemp production, consumer protection in the state of Wyoming. Here is the revenue this agency brings in, this unit, here's the expenses. I'm pointing this one out as something that I think could use a little bit of finesse or cleanup. So I'm on page 73. So this is 100% special revenue. This is a good, clean example, right, of the fees that are brought in are supposed to cover the expenses that go out. So it looks like there has been a $240,000 sort of spending threshold, and that was set in 2018 when this program came online. At that time, I understand there were 30 producers, but now we're down to 7, right? So it's been a fits and starts on this. Again, nobody's fault, just stating the facts. So when you look at that Agency Fund 301, hemp production, what triggered this for me is if you look at 23-24, the expenditures were right under $2,000. The revenue coming in was $17,700. But then all of a sudden you see this big increase, $240,000. And it's like, whoa, what is that about? What's the story behind that? That's what I would be asking, so I could explain it to my constituents. What is the story about that? You know, are we having a bunch of new producers coming online? What's happening? So flipping over to page 75, which is the unit budget request. I think when somebody looks at this, it doesn't tell the actual story about what's happening in hemp production in Wyoming, that we're not truly reflecting like the actual costs of, you know, what are we spending on lab samples going out to the lab in Laramie? It's a placeholder of 150,000, but is that what we're actually spending? And then you look at, you know, again, going back to those expenditure totals, the last actual amount we had was $1,981. So that's a far stretch from that 150 that's in there. And then you go down to your source of funding. Again, all special revenue, you know, the fees that are coming in. Because we don't have as many producers, right now it looks like those fees are gonna be around 20,000, but we have 240,000 shown in this table. So I'm just trying to reconcile in my mind, again, if I was to walk through this with a constituent, I don't think this is telling the full story of actual revenues and actual expenditures. And I do think that this is an example, again, not picking on your performance by any means, of where we can do some cleanup in here to provide transparency to the public about what our actual income and revenues are to support some of these programs. Because right now, the way I'm reading it is that if we're actually spending that much on lab services, but not bringing in what we are projecting, that's a $220,000 deficit that this program is running. I don't think that's the real story, though. That's a question. Thank you.
So that was a question?
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to navigate there right now, but that would be a section, chapter 17 request. So I'm just saying that if you want to see the actual collections of revenue and the actual expenditures, that's represented in the chapter 17 report. Now, one of the things about the caution about the chapter 17 report is there's a 2-year lag between the time that we have a full biennium's expenditures versus a full biennium's with revenue. So, Mr. Chairman, this is a really good example of the agency can respond to this when I'm finished. But the chapter 17 shows a de minimis amount of expenditure and revenue that matches that. It's not in the tune of $240,000. So what's that mean? It just means that that the expectation of the hemp growth in Wyoming didn't meet the expectations of the budget. But chapter 17 clearly demarks that. So I can turn that over to the agency because they do the revenue and expenditure. But also you can see on the page 73, there's no mystery to the chapter 17 statistics that I just gave you, because in 23-24, they showed an expenditure in 1981 and they showed a revenue of 17.7. So that shouldn't be confusing to anybody. Is the budget too big? Can it be clawed back? You betcha, because it's not, we're not spending it. It's not a requirement. Is the spending authority at risk? No, because we could do a B11 if things got out of shape. But this is a really good example of how you can delve into that when you have a constituent question. So if the agency has anything further to add, Mr. Chairman, maybe they will.
Director Miyamoto, would you like to comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to defer to Julie Cook about philosophy behind, you know, setting those amounts where they were, you know, at least initially, and where we go from here.
Ms. Cook?
Mr. Chairman, Julie Cook, Wyoming Department of Agriculture. As Director Hibbert explained, it is detailed in the Chapter 17. When this program was funded, we did, as a state, have high hopes for the hemp production, and that, as you've seen, has not come to fruition. So basically, this is a spending authority budget, as has been stated. One of the things that I have worked with the budget office on is their standard way to develop on page 73, the special revenue history. And so that's why you're seeing those estimates in there of what the budget. So that history for the estimates of 25 and 27 should match what the budget we're sending through is. And so I think that's where the disconnect comes through, is even though we know that we're not going to spend that kind of money, they've asked that we standardize this budget, this history, to show what the request is. And so we could come back and do a reduction in the future of this budget if we don't feel we need it. But it is spending authority, and we do monitor that closely.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, this is not to pick on anybody here. I'm just thinking about how do we help our constituents and the public really understand the budget. It's very complex. I still am learning every day. And I'm wondering if there is either a way to indicate that this is max spending authority on the table, or the policy of using a 3, 4, 5-year average and making sure that that's reflected different than the spending authority. Again, I think there are pros and cons in either approach, but my goal would be able to go to a constituent and say, these are the actual true costs to offer this service to this, producer. So I just don't think the numbers on the page allow the public to understand the full, true story. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Director Hibbard?
Mr. Chairman, I think there's always opportunity for improvement. Really what we're discussing here is the special revenue funds history. And the special revenue funds history for 23-24 clearly depicts that they spent $1,981. And the Chapter 17 is reflective of that. That's a good thing. As far as improvements of the special revenue table, we'll consider anything that you'd like to do. But I am encouraged by this conversation about the special revenue tables. Historically, we might have been wrestling with bigger things than the special revenue table. This conversation today is down to a granular level that I haven't experienced before. So it is welcome to have these special revenue table conversations. And we can improve to wherever you'd like to have us improve.
Director, I think the concept is if you take care of the broken windows, you can lower the murder rate. That's what we're trying to do here. And I appreciate it, the good representative bringing this too. In fact, I had a couple of others that I'd like to point out, and maybe a suggestion for, the process of budgeting and creating the budget books in the future. I'm not quite sure how we would achieve it though, but on page 59, if you look at the grain warehouse program, there's quite a blip in the 1920 biennium of $129,000 in expenditures, and then it goes down to, looks like just a $9,600 plan, if it was, and then we bump up basically maybe a little bit of inflation. And so we see the account reducing from 43,000 to 30,000. I think maybe that was the goal, was to maintain account balance, but there's no explanation as to what happened in 19 and 20. So, this type of thing, if we could get a narrative, and maybe there is a narrative in Chapter 17. I haven't had a chance to look yet. Is there? Okay. So that would be helpful. Maybe in those real extreme cases, we bring that narrative forward onto the budget book. I don't know if that's too complicating, but something that's a factor of, 10 out of line. Maybe we have a standard like that we bring that comment into the budget book so that we and the public can have an idea of what's happening there. And then also on page 87, we see that we were spending almost $3 million, and now we're dropping down in this biennium to under $1 million. And at the same time, the account balance, and this is under pesticide registration fee, we see the balance of the account getting up there, $6.7 million. So if you have an explanation right now on that, it'd be great. If not, we can get that offline later.
Mr. Chairman, what I'd point out is thank you for the comments. We're willing to do this. I am excited about the granularity that we're going to with the special revenue tables. And I would hope the agencies are all hearing this conversation, because the State Budget Department, through our budget refresher courses, through our training and all that, have been advising the agencies, pay really close attention to these special revenue tables, because they are in fact meaningful to the appropriators. And lastly, Mr. Chairman, tongue in cheek, I think the pesticide special revenue fund can afford their statewide cost allocation.
Say that, oh, it's the.
Mr. Chairman.
Cost allocation, okay. Got it. Well, and I think it's not just this team here in this room and the agencies and your department, Director Hibbard, but as Senator Larson brought up, it's the public that are paying those fees too. They'd like to see that their fees are being put to good use, and so this is good work for everybody.
Mr. Chairman, I agree. We have to get down to the science of all these conversations. And then it might lead to a decision-making that maybe it's ensuring that we transfer the funds from WIDOT for the weed spraying. Is that conversation happening? Because if there's an exposure there, the Department of Ag and the State Budget Department, we can go through that process and we can do a B11, a special revenue, back and forth. We can address those things immediately. So we're welcome to the deep dive on all this. And again, I'm going to express this conversation that we've been having on these special revenue tables is refreshing for me. And I'd like to proceed and make sure that the agencies understand the value of working really diligently on these tables to make sure that they're representative of what the budget truly is.
Okay, all right. With that, I think we're done, Director. We appreciate your being here and sitting through some of that conversation as well. Director Richards.
Mr. Chairman, the Livestock Board is prepared to present whenever you return from lunch.
Okay. So if they're flexible, I think we'll go to 1:30. 1:30 will be when we return. Okay, with that, we're adjourned. We are on recess, sorry. Nobody goes home yet.